Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League. This is week 12. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Flea. I know people are expecting catch-up, but he's doing a solid over out in Combo Breaker, representing us and botting people over there. Flea, how are you? It's good to be on the desk with you again.
It always is, 40. I think we've got an exciting lineup of matches today. Week 12, we're getting quite far into the season, and I can't wait to see what we get today.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. So actually, as we always do, let's take a look at last week, even though I was there. Flea, for your behalf, let's take a look at the recap. A lot of action went down last week. Before we get into today's shenanigans that we have in store, it's going to be 5 games today, which is absurd. I'm going to call my union rep. That's just so many games. But, yeah, lots of action last week. We had a bit of a team kill between the Maestro boys, between RAISY and vengeur, which was amazing to watch. We're going to have another team kill this week. We're going to have dramiS versus CNZ, but yeah, the quick recap here. Sparty versus Kilson. Sparty had a rough one, Flea, on this.
Yeah, it was a pretty sided game in the end. Kilson took it home 3-0, didn't drop a map, continuing his onslaught. And Sparty struggling. I believe he's currently in 12th place on the leaderboard, only ahead of psygib, so he could really make use of some of these points.
Yeah, but look at this one. So close. Sparty was really, really close and just couldn't pull it out. Kilson a little too clutch here. As we take a look at some of the goodies from Kilson. Just absolutely playing at a championship level. Like you said, we're getting deeper and deeper into the season, starting to roll on through towards the finals. And those air rockets are exactly what you want to see if you're a Kilson fan. Just stringing together amazing shots. And then we got into rapha nosfa, which is, again, a little more one-sided. Rapha taking it 3-0 and showing the world that he's still one of the best, if not the best.
Absolutely. Now, nosfa made a valiant effort. There were a few games where things were pretty close, at least in the opening minutes, but ultimately rapha always came out on top. 3-0 for the American Liquid player, and nosfa continuing with a bit of a middling season, right? We'll talk more about it later when his actual match is coming up, but it's so strange to see him take down some of the biggest names in the business, like, for example, Awoken and dramiS, who have gone unchallenged for weeks on end this stage, but then other times he just doesn't seem to manage to just find his own mojo.
Just a little inconsistency at best here as we're taking a look at some of the highlights on Vale, but maxter versus CNZ, probably the most heartbreaking ending to any map that we may have seen. Flea, how do you feel as we take a look right here? So close, couldn't put it away, and that ended up being the decider in the set as CNZ took it 2-1 over maxter.
Yeah, I mean, it's the shoddy, right? We've all been there, we've all known the pain of you feel like you've got him dead on his rights, and then what, 12 damage on the super shotgun once, twice, and that spells doom, and that is exactly what happened there as well. Ultimately, CNZ getting the 1-up over maxter, securing a victory for his team, Dragonborn Esports, and DBE today, no matter who comes out on top, will get another win, but they'll also get a loss because we have got CNZ versus dramiS later.
That'll be fantastic to watch. But the title fight of the day, vengeur versus RAISY, the team kill came out. It was such a close series. And then map number 3 was just the RAISY show. Absolutely going off as we take a look at the scoreline and really taking it to vengeur and taking out some aggression with the gauntlet, Flea.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was, that was a bit of a revenge right there. That was like, man, you've put me through a lot in these first 2 games, and now I'm finally getting into the swing of things, and I'm going to get that gauntlet out. So here we see once again a recap of the results. Kilson beating Sparty, rapha taking down nosfa, CNZ 1-upping maxter, and lastly vengeur in the team kill, like you said, 40, getting the best of his teammate RAISY.
Incredible stuff last week, and we have incredible stuff coming up today for week 12. We're going to start off with Sparty versus RAISY. Again, RAISY not happy about dropping that set to vengeur, so he might have some pent-up aggression. Sparty, of course, coming off that 0-3 for Kilson, so it's going to be a clapback game for him as well. Before we even get into anything specific, how do you feel about RAISY versus Sparty specifically, Flea? I mean, just the matchup of these two players in general.
I mean, it's always an interesting fight because Sparty, he very often gets off to such a good start. We saw that in the replay as well, right? There were 2 matches in the series where he came so close and it was a tied game pretty much till the end. But then at one point he runs out of steam. And if there's one thing that RAISY is really good at, is just keeping that consistency through the series. Now, looking historically at the history between these two players, they've had 5 matches during the Quake Pro League and RAISY has won every single last one of them. It has been close. Their last series was 2-1, so Sparty did manage to secure 1 map there, but generally speaking, this is going to be a very difficult matchup for Sparty.
So uphill battle for Sparty. We did see some interesting tactics on Ruins of Sarnath last week. Wonder if we'll see that map again. If we can get into the pick bands, maybe that'll give us a better picture of what we might see between these two. So it looks like Vale, and we are going to see Ruins, so we might see some of that Sparty hyper defense again. And then we're going to end it off on Deep Embrace. Flea, why don't you run down the champ picks for me, please?
So, map 1, Vale of Pnath. It is the Galena versus the Keel, and Sparty immediately banning Clutch, as most people do against RAISY. Interesting matchup we've got. Keel very powerful on this map, a lot of tight corridors, also got the teleporter and the bounce pads that are so important, so those grenades can really help. But on the other hand, there's a lot of hiding places on Vale as well, so those totems by Galena can easily counter that. Now, Ruins of Sarnath, 2 pretty fast champions. It is, of course, one of the larger maps in the pool. RAISY will be running the Sorlag versus the Strog by Sparty. And then lastly, on Deep Embrace, we are getting the Doomslayer with the double jump being so powerful, especially around that heavy area versus the Ranger. So generally speaking, I like that RAISY is going for the heavy champions, right? We know that he is so good with them. So Sparty sticking mainly to his guns for the mediums.
Gotta love it. I love the Keel pick because it is the best champion in the game. And also we get to see Sorlag. Didn't see her at all last week, and I know there was a lot of heartbroken people in chat, but today, right off the bat, we're going to get a little bit of sorbet. But Flea, it's my favorite time of the day. Predictions, what do you think? Who do you think is going to take this one?
I mean, just looking at the records here for I think it's hard to bet against RAISY. 5 matches straight he has won against Sparty, and this time I think it will be no different. So I'm going to say 2-1 in favor of RAISY. I think if there's any map that Sparty is likely to take, it will probably be Ruins. We know what he can do, right? You were just talking about it yourself, that hyper defensive play coming out. Strog can work really nicely with the peeker dropping down or sending it up with some of the verticality around that center area. So I'm gonna say 2-1, and if Sparty takes any map, I think it will be Ruins.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I am just going to add a little chaos, Flea, and I'm going to say, you know what, this is the end boss for Sparty. He's going to step up. He's going to take it 2-1, and I know that's absolutely absurd, but that's what I'm here for. So I feel like he could pop off with some of the rails and maybe pull off an upset. The Mayonnaise Man might be able to power squat his way into a victory, especially over RAISY. Would be absolutely fantastic to see. I wanted to look at the predictions, but we're not doing that yet. You have to download the DLC to get access to that, and we are going to get into the first map shortly. Everyone's just polishing up their configs last second before we get into the action. But I, truthfully, probably RAISY's going to take this one as not maybe a walkover. It is going to be close, as Sparty's shown us time and time again. He could take people to their limits, but like you said, he just runs out of gas, runs out of steam.
Yeah.
But, I just like to say, why not predict Sparty 2-1? Always predict the under, right? That's kind of what we learned here.
I mean, it's a strategy like any other, right? I think your channel points might be hurting a bit if you always go for the underdog. But hey, who knows? This is the Quake Pro League. We've seen it before. Everything can and does happen. So we can't count Sparty out before we're getting into the series. And as far as I can tell, it looks like both of the players are starting to ready up. So we will be jumping into the first series of the day momentarily.
Yep, Galena versus Keel on Vale is going to be the way to start week 12 between these two, Sparty and RAISY. And I feel like on that map specifically, even though Galena's pretty strong, if it gets that overstack, I feel like Keel is just chef's kiss. We've seen RAISY go off before. If he gets a full head of steam on map number 1 and we see him pull out the gauntlet, I do fear for Sparty, because that's never a good sign when the gauntlet comes out from RAISY.
Oh, absolutely not. And we know what RAISY is capable of on the keel, right? He's a maestro player. They all love pineapple. We know this. It's their bread and butter. And he is going to be serving up some of those grenades today. So Sparty, he's going to have to be careful, because if he goes up the bounce pad at the wrong time, or he goes through that teleporter near Mega, that is a death trap if he's not aware of where RAISY's at. And we know how disciplined RAISY can be. We know that he likes to set up those sneaky traps. So Sparty is going to have to approach this with extreme caution.
Absolutely. Just reading through the chat as we're waiting for the game to get started. And chat, I love you. I love each and every one of you and all the comments. It's fantastic. But yeah, like you said, Maestro, one of the biggest advocates of pineapple, vengeur specifically on pizza. You heard it from him. You heard it here from him. But yeah, just a couple technical difficulties. I think they're getting sorted out before we get into map number 1. And yeah, it should be a good one to start off against Sparty. RAISY is going to be the first set. Then we're going to get into CNZ versus dramiS. Then we have Kilson psygib. Then we have nosfa maxter. And then vengeur versus rapha to close out the day. That is a full day of Quake, and I love it. And we do have DJ Wheat coming back. I know a lot of people missed him. We missed him because I've just been a nuisance. I need, Papa to come in here and be like, hey, sort yourself out. So he will be here for the featured matches of the day as well. And Flea, I heard the noise. I don't know about you, but we're going to get into map number 1 here shortly.
Absolutely, and just like you, 40, I am excited to have Big Papa Weed back on the show with us. He's been living it up in Las Vegas, no doubt, making big bets on the blackjack table, but he is rejoining us today.
Yeah, must be nice. Just retirement life, do whatever you want, just make a bunch of money. I'm jealous. I'm going to ask him for some prediction tips here. But yeah, it'll be nice to have him back. Again, we get a little more games this week. I know that Chad is always like, oh, the games are so light. It's like, too bad. Any day with Quake is a good day. So be thankful for what you get. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. And right now we're going to get into map number 1 between Sparty and RAISY. Again, it's going to be Vale. It's going to be Galena versus Keel. So pineapples in the chat, maybe some totems. I don't know. We'll see. But it's up to Sparty here. I think the consensus generally is that RAISY might take this one rather easily. So I think Sparty is going to be the underdog here. And we'll see what the Mayonnaise Man has in store for us. And if he can upset the world starting on the first map of the day between these two, Week 12 of Quake Pro League is live.
Starting it off, on the point of view of Sparty, he's going to get the LG and the Mega Spawn. Will be delaying that first major item pickup. I wonder if RAISY's aware of it. I think he is. At least now he knows for sure. Mega is still up and it's been delayed by 15 seconds. Sparty has got to be careful, because if he gives RAISY too much room to work with right now, then RAISY is just going to capitalize off that delay that he introduced and string together both of the majors.
And that's something that we saw on Ruins. Again, the difference between defensive and passive and disappearing off the map. Sparty has to make sure that he makes his presence known and doesn't let RAISY get out of control, as you mentioned before. So a bit of a skirmish here. Sparty in an awkward position for this Mega. Is he going to make a move for it? Doesn't have any damage. There's the cutoff with the LG. Shotgun blast from RAISY goes through the telly, does Sparty, and there's the totem. So not bad at all, as he's doing big damage right now, Flea.
Absolutely. Oh, he's gonna hear that teleporter too. He knows exactly where RAISY is. The Maestro Man caught in a corner, but he has that railgun to work with, and that is the one weapon that Sparty still lacks. He cannot engage in those long-distance fights, and that will buy RAISY some time, some opportunity to get out alive. Now, Sparty will be the one to secure the heavy, is in position for Mega as well. RAISY's going to peek, knowing very well that Sparty still doesn't have the rail, and that is what is allowing RAISY to keep this so competitive.
Totem down for Sparty. He's going to take the peek, and just like that, the slimmest of margins, RAISY waiting with the rail. There's a little bit of rocket jump, and also another rail tri-bolt from Sparty as he's trying to maintain this high ground.
We've kind of fallen into a pattern here. Sparty securing Mega time and time again, and RAISY doing his best to cut off access to the railgun as much as he can. And now it looks like RAISY will just sit up on heavy. Still 15 seconds between the items. So whoever gets the upper hand, whoever gets that first key frag, should be able to get full control of the items.
Well, RAISY has to be careful. corridor of plasma nails right now. Sparty, good LG as well. Bit of a trap here, and RAISY reeling, tries to hit a fadeaway, and he might get chased down here, Flea. Fighting for his life. Pineapple's rails isn't going to be enough through the doorway. He gets past the Pineapple. RAISY's hanging on by a thread, and he gets tickled right before the Mega. Sparty's on the board first.
RAISY died with the railgun in hand. He just gave Sparty the weapon. Now Sparty doesn't even have to go down there. And there we go. I didn't know if RAISY was aware that he gave that up for free. But he definitely gonna feel the sting of that shot. That's of course the benefit of spawning as a heavy champion 40. Look at the stack that RAISY has to work with. Even without securing a single major item, he can take a rail and still outstack his opponents.
Just enough tribal damage to get the information, but like you said, Sparty's in such a bad way here as RAISY can just bully his way onto the items with that starting stack. Needs to be careful. Fortunate to get away with that one and get in on both majors, and the tides have turned, and Sparty hanging on by a thread. He can't do it. The rail comes out. RAISY ties it at 1.
That was a bad rail to miss from Sparty. Easy shot as well, just as RAISY was jumping across, and he's paying the price for it. That is going to be 2 quick frags in succession for Maestro. At least Sparty did manage to balance things out a bit, landing some good shots of his own. Rocket jumping up towards the heavy. Doesn't get much use out of it, but at least denies access to RAISY, who's eating some painful rockets. This is looking good for Sparty. He can pounce.
Just some warning shots there as RAISY's able to grab the scraps. Get his stack back up to somewhat decent here, as the heavy's going to be the next item, and RAISY trying to position well for it. Going to the high ground, seeing Sparty drop down. He should know the timing. He's actually going to see it now and get good damage with the LG and the rail. So well done from RAISY, and he should be able to get a clean Mega off the back of that damage.
Do not die yet.
Sparty, he's just waiting for that small armor, hence the self-damage didn't really pan out the way he wanted it to. Has to make a run for it with 7 points of health. Now RAISY, of course, playing Keel. He is slow. He's got 0 mobility to work with, and luckily for Sparty, he's got a few of those totems stacked around the map. We'll put him back at 100 points of health. But armor, that's what he needs. And he's given RAISY full control. Heavy went his way. He's leaving up Mega because he wants to inflict some pain.
Death is the only release. I will not grant you that privilege.
Sparty got out of that pretty well in the end. Nice rocket too. Ah, too bad that the pillar was right in his view. That could have been a huge LG. Yeah, that was bad.
Steal the heavy, Flea, that rail. What a shot by RAISY here, so he's going to be able to make another shot through the grate, and that one's a layup. That is unfortunate for Sparty there. A little bit of bad luck and just really, really nice shots from RAISY, and he is extending the lead, grabbing the items, and this is danger territory right now, Flea.
It sure is. We've passed the halfway mark of this map. RAISY currently commanding a 3-point lead. And Sparty has to find a way to break that control. That's definitely going to help a lot. 190 damage off the bat. Oh, he's got to figure it out. He knows that RAISY's going for the telly. Nice rail again. Sparty, can he continue to apply pressure? He knows where RAISY is, but this is so risky. He's going to drop down. Rockets have to be good. They are, but the LG results in a trade. Now it's a race for the Mega. RAISY will get there first, I think. Indeed, and Sparty back to the drawing board, even getting fragged as he goes through the telly. That was a huge opportunity. Squandered in the end.
Yeah, really nice shots, but the trade comes out as RAISY's LG. I mean, it's always a terrible idea to drop onto LG, but RAISY specifically, as he has floated players literally out of the league before. A little bit of rocket damage, nice rail as he goes through, but it doesn't matter! Oh no, it's Sparty! You hit him with the okay in chat, Flea, and that means it's not okay when they type that.
No, that means the opposite of things are okay. It's no okay, he says. Oh, Sparty. That is tragic. Heavy is up. Should be aware of this. Yeah, he definitely spotted it out of the corner of his eye now. But right now it's not stack that he lacks. It's time for the 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and RAISY 5 points ahead. Now keep in mind, RAISY also has that default stack advantage of the respawn, so even if Sparty starts stringing together a few of those kills, he's got a lot of work cut out for him.
Yeah, definitely an uphill battle from Sparty here. No better place than here, no better time than now, as he has to rage against the machine that is RAISY on this keel. There's the rocket jump into a rail combo again. The two-piece, the rocket from above, the LG actually keeping him at bay. There's a rocket jump up, a little bit of misdirection, but that could cost him. No rockets for RAISY, but the LG is enough.
I think that might spell the end here. 40, I think that could just be the GG.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh. Yep, that looks like it.
Yeah, this isn't defrag. You do take self-damage from those rockets, so you gotta mind where you're pointing that thing. But this will seal the deal. RAISY will be able to secure map 1. Sparty kept it close for the first 3 or 4 minutes. But ultimately, tiny little slip-up at the wrong time. I think, 40 looking back at this matchup, if he had landed at one rail when he was moving from rockets into the Mega Room and RAISY just kind of jumped across in a straight line, if Sparty had landed that shot, this would have been a different game. At least it would have stayed different for another few minutes or so. But now, RAISY will be taking this one convincingly so. And I think Sparty's got to already start thinking about map 2.
Absolutely. And yeah, unfortunate there for Sparty. He did keep it close, and then a couple things go wrong. You miss one defensive rail, it snowballs into 2 or 3 frags for your opponent, especially someone as good as RAISY on keel on a map like Vale. Also, the telefrag, just heartbreaking. There's another shotgun blast from RAISY, so he's going to take this one. The scoreboard's a bit of a lie, much like the cake, but... Oh, the pineapples is not stopping, please.
We were talking about how much our Maestro boys love him. And indeed, RAISY sure is serving them up today. And as this map is grinding to a close, can already take a moment to talk about map 2, which will be Ruins of Sarnath. Sparty will be playing Strog, and RAISY is going to counter with the Storlag. And now we did say, or at least I said, I don't want to be speaking for you here, 40, but I did say that I think that if Sparty is going to win any match in this lineup, it will be Ruins.
Well, he's going to need to step it up just a little bit. So the chance is always there, any map, any given Saturday, of course, in the Quake Pro League, but RAISY seems to be on point, even though he had a bit of a slow start, and Sparty was able to kind of keep him at bay. Eventually, RAISY broke through that defense and made it look easy. A little bit of frustrations coming up from Sparty, as well as we take a look at the highlights from map number 1, as it's in the bag for RAISY. But yeah, Ruins, completely different style of map. It's going to be Strog versus Sorlag, so speedy. RAISY gets a little bit of the thick sorbet action that we didn't get to see at all last week, so I'm interested to see how he plays that. But Sparty, yeah, in the hole already, down by 1 map, has to win 2 in a row to try and take this. So, and I still believe Flea, because I'm a fan of Chaos.
I mean, hope still isn't gone yet, right? 2 more maps to go. Sparty, he can very well turn this around. Will he, though? That's a different question altogether, because we know that Sparty is one of those players who... I mean, of course, he's a tried and tested Quake veteran, so he will be able to put most of this behind him going into map 2, but we know that he's a bit of an emotional player, and that absolutely isn't a bad word to use when it comes to Quake, because it can also drive you to the highest of highs, but when things aren't going as well as they should, and you feel like there's some situation that should have turned out differently and ended up in your favor, it can kind of weigh them down, right? And we saw that towards the end. The frustration, as you mentioned, that Sparty just kind of rocket jumping himself to death there. I really do hope that he can put that behind him, moving into map 2, and that he can just reset, right? Completely different map, like you said, 40, completely different champions, very, very distinct play styles. It's going to be a lot faster, or at least the movement will be, because we know that even with fast champions, you can slow it down to a crawl. So let's see how Sparty approaches this.
Yeah, I completely agree. For those watching at home that may be newer players, don't try those rocket jumps at home. Sparty is a trained professional. He knows what he's doing, but that is not an optimal play. So 13-0 is going to be the first map in the bag for RAISY as he's working on a clean 2-0. But as we get into Ruins here and the players ready up, again, I can't help but feel like last week, Sparty versus Kilson, we saw him just absolutely go completely disappear off the map. Not even defensive. I would say, like ZSX said last week, passive. Didn't show up for any of the items, really gave Kilson away back into the map. If Sparty plays a little more aggressive on the items, just enough to at least keep timings and do damage, I feel like his Ruins play is pretty good. Like you said, you feel like this is going to be the map that he will take if he ends up taking one in his set. But I don't think he could withdraw into like a shell of himself, especially against RAISY. You give him an inch, he's going to take a mile, especially with that sorbet. So I'd really like to see Sparty be a little bit more assertive on some of these majors.
Absolutely. Now I know that some people in chat are probably wondering, we did have a technical issue with Sparty, his webcam, trying to figure that out right now, and then we'll jump right back into map 2. Now map 3, 40, because we can maybe already touch upon that. Deep Embrace will be the final one in this series. And looking at the champion picks, I also think that Sparty really isn't looking too bad on that map either, right? Doomslayer can be very powerful. Ranger, of course, he's got that burst damage potential with the orb, plus is able to relocate over longer distances more easily. But Doom is a very solid pick too, no?
I love the double jump. I don't like the utility that the ability, the active, gives. I mean, the Berserk nowadays is just used for mostly getting around the map and escaping. Maybe off the spawn, he could do some shenanigans to try and get both majors, but I feel like RAISY wins the utility battle with the ability. And we have seen him just take dire orbs that should not be taken and make magic happen. So I do fear for Sparty in that regard. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think the Doomslayer's a solid pick on Deep Embrace. But it's just RAISY, man, especially in these sets as he starts to warm up more and more. By map number 3, he's hitting like 70% rail, gauntlets coming out. If you see RAISY comfortable in the arena, run away, because that is a dangerous RAISY that you do not want to mess with.
Oh yeah, I mean, we even saw it when he was playing Vengeur last week on that final map, right? Awoken, when he was really getting into the swing of things. The gauntlet came out as well, even though he had lost the previous 2 maps. So RAISY can really start to feel positive and get into the groove of things, even after, suffering a defeat on the previous map. Not that this matters at this stage of this matchup, because RAISY had a convincing 13-0 win over Sparty. But let's see how map 2 is going to turn out.
Yeah, and still working through a little bit of technical stuff. Chat, so hang in there. Sparty versus RAISY map number 2 will be live shortly. As you mentioned before, Sparty's webcam frozen in time. A piece of art, really. It looked like he was just doing an Excel spreadsheet while playing Quake. But no, he was much more lively than that, I'm sure, much more frustrated. And we want to capture all of those gritty details here at Quake Pro League. So we're just waiting on that to get sorted, and then we will get into map number 2. Apologies, you could blame it all on me.
God damn it, 40. Every
time. I can't help it.
Yeah, man. Okay, but it looks like we might be ready to go, regardless of the webcam might be delaying it until game 3. So just stay with us for a moment longer. Won't have to delay much longer after this one, as map 2 is coming right up. Ruins of Sarnath, Strog versus Sorleg. So 2 speedy champions, a lot of mobility, right? Sorleg, of course, has the higher base stack, and we've seen RAISY make very good use of that in map 1 as well, right? There were several situations where Sparty did get a frag, but then RAISY was able to leverage that additional armor that he spawns with to immediately challenge for example, the Mega or the Heavy, land some rails of spawn. And yeah, Sparty was kind of struggling with that. So let's see how that pans out in this map, where we're again dealing with the same medium versus heavy imbalance.
And let's not forget that Sparty can be the king of the rail sometimes. I know that Kilson has that title firmly, but if Sparty does pop off, especially against the Sorlag, this is where you want to hit 60-70% rail to really open up the game for yourself and make sure that you're chipping away at that starting stack before it gets too out of control. What Sparty we're going to get, anybody knows. It could be a party and it could just be atrocious, but we'll see. This is map number 2. Map number 1 is gone and done. It's out of his mind, and it's a reset. So we will see how he approaches this. Especially, I want to see what spawn he gets. That could play into it a little bit. But we are going to get into it here shortly, chat. Thanks for hanging in there. Sorry I ruined everything, but I mean, that's kind of what I do. It's almost what I'm here for, Flea, unfortunately.
Well, you do say some accurate things sometimes, 40. Like just now, you know, your comment about the spawns. We saw how important that was on the previous map, right? Because the main reason that Sparty wasn't able to kind of steamroll RAISY at the start was because he didn't get the railgun spawn. And RAISY did an excellent job at denying that critical weapon. So let us see what's going to happen in map 2. We're loading in right now. Sparty versus RAISY, kicking it off once again on Sparty's point of view.
He's still doing the Excel spreadsheet, but that's fine, as he does get the heavy. He's got the rail and the LG, and that's really all he wants, and now he just wants to play a little bit of defense, Flea. He doesn't want to give up this weapon too easily. Maybe might wait out for a trade to get rockets, but there it is so fast, and good punish there. But again, with the Sorlag, it's not even that much of a punish given her stack.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the air control plus the high starting stack. You know, Sparty was sitting up there nicely, setting up a bit of an ambush, but then RAISY, so quick. Perhaps a bit too quick for his own good this time around, though. Gets away with around 30 points of health. Sparty has to retreat after taking a bit of acid as well. Oh no, he's too close for rail, but no, somehow! Sparty, caught with the wrong weapon in hand, sets it right regardless. That was beautiful.
He doesn't care at all, and neither does RAISY. He's mad. He knows that that shouldn't have been a frag, and he takes that one back, forces it back to 1-1. But yeah, Sparty popping off with that peeker up-close rail play. And sometimes you got a little craziness that you got to get out of your system, Flea, and that's what we're seeing there. Is that rail is going to open this up, but the Mega's taken as RAISY's too fast, and the nail gun up close. Sparty melts him 2-1. Looks like we have a bit of a fist fight on our hands here.
Said it yourself, 40. Sparty's affinity with the rail, second to none when he really gets into the swing of things. Good read as well. Nice drop down with the machine gun in hand. He's got to be careful that he doesn't run into RAISY off spawn, and that's exactly what does happen. And RAISY even gets the heavy as his prize. Now it's a race for the Mega. That's aggressive peeker usage. RAISY's gonna drop down once again. Sparty's just flying around the map. Utter disregard for his own safety.
Doesn't care. He just doesn't care, Flea. Sparty, huge peeker plays, huge Swedish meatballs. He's still up by 1, but RAISY's looking to tie it. The equalizer, there's a gauntlet, a little bit of his own medicine. Can the machine gun melt him? And he does! 25 HP. Whew. He's got to be very careful, though. So weak off of that spawn. But the Mega's up. He's going to grab one more bubble and maximize this Mega pickup. And Sparty is looking pretty good. LG here should melt him as RAISY can't land the shots.
This is excellent for the Swedish man. Okay, he's going to have to destroy the peeker. Oh no, a little bit of disorientation right here coming out of the animation. Completely lost track of where he was.
Oh, the rail from RAISY.
This does worry me a little bit, 40, because so far a lot of Sparty's game plan seems to depend on landing those critical rails. And the moment that he stops connecting with these difficult shots, I think he may be in trouble. So I do hope that he has a contingency plan, that he can get the level of control, level of stability on the map that allows him to just run with the items and dominate RAISY in other ways than to hope that those shots connect.
Some mid-game adaptation might have to happen here as we're only 3:30 into this. Sparty again with the peeker play. RAISY can't seem to land the shots, and pretty decent damage, but Sparty cannot follow up off of that. It's just too risky, and with the Mega right there, rather take that, and somehow, what an angle from RAISY. Oh my lord.
Hot damn, Sparty was not ready for that, and now he's got nothing to work with other than the Tri-Bolt. That's of course the risk of flying fast around the map. You can find yourself turning a corner with nothing to fight with, and RAISY just staring you down. Heavy is up. Does Sparty know? Does he have the item timing? Good rail. Should be able to secure this as well. Yeah, this is a good way for Sparty to stabilize, but he's got to get that unreturned damage. Can't be eating these rails for breakfast.
Looks like he's chomping him down here as they're going tit for tat here. Sparty gets planted, just a little too obvious that RAISY taking the high ground, making that one look easy. as he extends the lead by 2, but Sparty spawns back in. Mega's going to be first. He's way too early on this heavy raise. He knows it. There it is, the spit, the rail, and the rocket to plant him. Now, does he get the spawn to maybe beat him back to Mega? That's the only silver lining. There's the rocket jump up, the body block, and it pays off.
I was waiting with bated breath for it when I saw Sparty set up for heavy 10 seconds too early. And he pays the price for it too. Still, RAISY took a fair bit of damage in that exchange. That is what allowed Sparty to immediately challenge him off the spawn, secure Mega for himself. Now heavy up in just a few seconds. That will be going to RAISY. That Lizard looking mighty stacked right now. But Sparty's got the high ground. Those are some good rockets. Can he find more damage? He needs it. Mega has already been taken. The spit is out of play. There we go. To the knee, that was. RAISY dropping a frag. Keep in mind, 40, we're only 5.5 minutes into this one. Sparty has all the time he needs to make a comeback happen.
He's working on it right now as another shot. Tickling the talon with that railgun, and he's going for the glory, but he misses, and RAISY punishes with a machine gun. Sparty, high risk, but the reward wasn't there, but he is going to spawn in, and just barely misses that rail and survives to steal the heavy, and RAISY's in a bad way right now. Struggling, but he's going to get the Mega because he's so fast.
Sparty feels like he's more consistent landing the difficult shots than he is connecting with the easier ones. That definitely did feel like a shot that he should have landed. RAISY was railable there too, so that should have given him a frag. Still, Sparty, RAISY, both looking pretty healthy, heavy. Goes to the Maestro player. Sparty will content himself with Mega.
And I know that Sorbet is nice and thick, but Sparty's hitting 64% LG.
Ooh.
That is real nice here. As there it is, the LG again, caught in a corner. RAISY in a bad way. He'll go down rather cleanly for Sparty here. Can he do some damage off of this? He's going to miss position and give up the heavy, though, Flea.
Yeah. Yeah, he was going for the center, the top center spot to deter RAISY. But then I think he saw that small armor being up, got perhaps a little too greedy making a move on it, and allowed RAISY to slip right underneath him onto the heavy. Oh no, Sparty now once again caught out of position. 1 point of health is all he's got to work with. Looks like RAISY is not interested in chasing though. He knows he's got a lead, and he's just going to prioritize keeping control of the items for now. Clever. Oh, 1 second to go.
Oh, no.
1 second.
And look at that delay. Sparty just doesn't have anything to work with. Playing super passive, and somehow it works! Sparty hits him with the CS, and RAISY flying around the map. So can Sparty capitalize off that gift? He can at least get a railgun, but that's all he has. As he doubles back, should be able to pick up the LG. More importantly, does he have timing on this Mega so he can try and do some damage and show up? 2 minutes down by 3, Flea.
I think Sparty first wants some more armor to work with, but RAISY isn't going to give him the opportunity. We'll shut that down instantly. And now, once again, 40. How often have we seen this with Sparty? It all starts falling apart in those final few minutes. It was such a good game. He will be able to secure the heavy. Maybe some miracle rails could make something happen here. Won't connect with enough. And it's RAISY who gets the better high ground position first. But still railable. He should still perish if one of those shots connects. Sparty, can he find the angle? No, misses once, twice. Finally, the third one will connect. A minute for 3 frags. Can he do it?
Needed to drop to re-up on the rails as he ran out. He's just riding the rail to victory. This is looks like all in from Sparty here. There's the LG pushing RAISY back as he's giving him an opportunity. That rail connecting was fantastic. There's the tickle. But the heavy was stolen, so Sparty still looking for armor as he only has a shred left. 2 frags down. Less than a minute left, and RAISY hits him with a little bit of CS of his own, and just that machine gun damage alone is going to be a huge deal for Sparty as he does get the Mega for free, and RAISY's just going to play defensive now. He doesn't have to do anything for 40 seconds! No!
Just not enough.
And
Good
I feel like
fighting by Sparty there, though. RAISY was absolutely not expecting him to be there, and it's still not over. 2 frags, 20 seconds, back-to-back. It should be possible, but RAISY's got a lot of stack to work with. And of course, he is fast, he is nimble. Sparty, can he find him? Time is running out. He needs to get RAISY in the next second or two. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Maestro RAISY will be taking map 2 as well. Sparty calling the GG. Close! Close! RAISY.
very, very close.
Yeah, RAISY gets the upper hand, but map 1, it was close for the first 4 minutes. Map 2, it was close for the first, 7 minutes? But ultimately, I mean, it's still close at the end, right? 12-14, that could have gone in either player's favor, but RAISY just a little more consistent towards the end. And Sparty, he did hit 64% LG, like you said yourself. I think a little bit lower in the end now, but still, remarkable accuracy, just fell a little short of the rail at times, even though that really was the weapon that kept him in the game at the start. But then some of the easier shots of the match just went unconnected.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent of how dramiS plays. Live and die by the rail, up close and personal. If you hit, it looks great. If you don't, it's heartbreaking because you're so close. You're hitting some shots that are absolutely insane, but the defensive ones where they're coming straight at you, you just get a little too nervous. You flick, something goes wrong, and I do think that, similar to map number 1, came down to 2 or 3 defensive rails that Sparty just missed and allowed RAISY to get in, and that could have changed the ball game. But we take a look at the stats, 14-12. RAISY's going to take the set in 2, but this one was a lot closer. Warming up maybe for the 3rd map. Maybe Sparty gets in on it and does do a 2-1, but yeah, the rail was the name of the game here for Sparty, as we kind of touched upon, and unfortunately for him, it came up just a little bit short on both maps.
62% LG accuracy at the end, though. And it's not as if he only fired it a handful of times on RAISY going up the bounce pad. No, this was consistent from start to finish. 1,500 points of damage. His mostly used weapon for that entire map, and still hitting that much. Now, of course, you said it yourself, right? Sorlex, she is thick, but that doesn't mean much with that speed and that dodge ability. So Sparty, his aim is definitely looking good. And we briefly touched upon this earlier, 40. Doomslayer map 3 on Deep Embrace, not a bad choice at all, right? We both thought that this map was his best shot at securing at least 1 point during the series, but still, map 3 could absolutely go his way as well.
It's a couple more rails, it's a different ballgame, so we'll see. If he can connect with some of those, I think the way he's playing, he might be able to steal this map off RAISY. RAISY, a little bit of a sigh of relief for getting the 2-1, having the series done and dusted, but always want to try and go 3-0. Every map is money in their pocket, especially, again, as we say time and time again, getting closer and closer to the finals. You just want the best position in those playoff brackets. So RAISY, nothing but 3-0 on his mind. Sparty is just like, please, can I just get a map?
Yeah. There's just, a few rough edges here and there, right? A lot of Sparty's game is so good, 40, but then if we were to just review every single fight of that previous map, there's just a few where you can see him make the wrong choice, right? He shows up 10 seconds early for heavy. He catches glimpse of the small armor being up, and he's like, oh, I want that, and he makes a move for it. And then at the same time, RAISY is just like, okay, well, I'll tunnel right underneath you, get myself a railgun, get myself a heavy, and now I'm in a really good spot myself. So a few of these micro decisions, and it all adds up over time. And that's, I think, one of the things that kind of separate, the absolute top, right, the 5 best players in the league from the rest. It's just the consistency when it comes to those small mistakes that they've managed to iron out of their game.
I agree completely, but I do love when he does something that he's not supposed to do and it works.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, a close-up peeker play into a rail on Mega. Why not? Sure. Add a little chaos. So, yeah, shouts to Sparty being crazy. We love it. It's always a party. But can he get a map on the board in this series? If you're a Sparty fan, hope you can. Everyone hopes that he can string together some of those rails and hit some of those defensive shots that he's been missing that may have turned the tide in his favor. They are working through some things. I think Sparty has a little bit of emotions he's working on right now before we get into map number 3, but we're going to go live here shortly on Deep Embrace. As you mentioned, Doom versus Ranger, and we'll see if Sparty has what it takes to try and steal at least one map off the Maestro man that is RAISY.
Let's see. I hope that he can just keep You know, that's that momentum going, because that, I think, and I feel like I've been saying this for 3 seasons right now. This kind of summarizes Sparty, right? He comes out of the gate swinging so fast, so consistent, gets good control, gets a frag lead over his opponent, but then second half of the game, it starts to fizzle. He starts to run out of steam, right? The mistakes start piling up on one another. He's missing costly shots, and before you know it, he ends just a few frags behind his opponent, and that is just tragic to see, because you know that if he could just keep that going, he could be an absolute top contender within the Quake Pro League.
Completely agree. It's not about how you start, it's about if you can finish, Flea. I've always said that, and we're going to finish off the series right here on map number 3. Sparty versus RAISY is live, and we're starting off on Sparty once again. Does he have a little bit left in the tank to try and go this next 10 minutes? And that is a huge rocket to start.
Nice amounts of tribal damage there as well. Sparty claps back, hit the rail, LG comes out, RAISY kind of putting himself too far out there. Overstayed his welcome, even jumped into the fray. Figured he would get an easy frag with the LG, but no, the heavy machine gun from Sparty was strong. And now again 40, Sparty gets the first frag. He had that lead, and it's all tied up 1-1. But he's in a good position to take Mega. Problem is, he doesn't have weapons to work with, and RAISY does. This is risky for both players. RAISY gets the most of it. Nice little rail. Headshot, pretty much.
Oh my god, what a read! Yeah. That was gorgeous from RAISY. Willing to burn the Dire Orb for that, totally worth it as he adds a little bit to the lead here. Ooh, good rail though from Sparty on the double back before the heavy pickup. Opportunity here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do damage on the Mega. Just a little bit late. Still an opportunity as the rocket goes flying above RAISY's head. Nice follow-up rocket. Can he do it though? Can he finish it? He does, Sparty. RAISY made him work for that one a little bit here. Great rail off the spawn. This is going to give Sparty a big opportunity now.
That was juicy, but oh my god, RAISY showing he can deliver some rockets of his own. Now heavy is up, messes up the orb through the grating, but that rail, that was messed up, but in a completely different way. RAISY, he's just stringing together the walls, but Sparty ends up being the one who gets the frag and the Mega to boot. Both players pretty low. Rockets will reign supreme, and RAISY ties it up. This is another brawl. We're continuing the same trends that we started on Ruins.
How many hundreds? How many hundreds are these players going to hit in this map?
This is ridiculous. Not sure what happened to Sparty's shotgun right there, though. It looked like he was just firing blanks towards the end. Oh, Mega is up, but RAISY, he knows he's out of position. Can't get onto it on time. He's got plenty of other resources to work with. Those 2 health bubbles, the small armors, going to put him in fighting shape. And Sparty doesn't have railgun yet, so this is so risky for him to take this engagement. Out comes the orb. RAISY, it's a fakie. But heavy does go in favor of the Swede, but he's lacking the weapons. 40, a recurring theme. RAISY is managing to survive because he has the better weaponry.
Oh my god, on the rail off the spawn, you're absolutely right. I mean, Sparty just doesn't even have the time to get weapons. He's trying to fight for these majors without anything in hand, and RAISY has all of the weapons at his disposal. He's got the positioning, he's got the hundreds and hundreds of rockets. A little bit of a flick rail will miss though, but he has all the items, and again, more rocket damage coming out. Sparty's just been stuck on this side of the map. Can he escape it? No! He's gonna back up into the shotgun, but somehow does enough damage to almost get the frag, and finally the pellets from RAISY will take him down, but that was incredible damage from that position for Sparty.
Absolutely. I love how RAISY committed to the shotgun, though. He was like, I've started this with the shotgun, and I'm gonna see it through with this weapon as well. Double rocket jump to make his way onto the heavy. Now, I think that the brawl strategy is kind of starting to fail Sparty. The deficit in frags has grown larger. He's 4 kills behind now. And that just had a lot to do with the arsenal that RAISY had. Sparty would spawn, he would be aggressive, do a good amount of damage, but RAISY just had the better weaponry for every situation. And Sparty couldn't compete with that.
Oh my god, stop it!
Another direct 40! We need a tally of how many directs these players are hitting on this map.
It's close to 15 at least. Dire Orb into the heavens here, just mistiming it, and RAISY's gonna miss out on the heavy. Sparty on the chase, decent rocket damage, 77 HP. The rail will do it, but the armor shard keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Good rocket. Sparty just wants to fight, but instead he's going to eat rockets. Serves up a little bit of his own and somehow dodges that one. The rail on rail. RAISY will survive by the skin of his teeth. 10 HP before this mega. And this is high-flying action. This is exactly what we want out of a Deep Embrace game, hopefully.
Absolutely. It looks like RAISY is making more out of it than his opponent. Oh,
my
you
God.
can take a swim, he says. Out of the map you go. Perfectly lined up, LG into the rail. This is looking dire for Sparty. Oh, the orb, range orb, does it again, RAISY. If that rocket would have hit 40, I would have lost it. If one of those two would have connected, that would have been too much.
Spike your computer into the ground and get it over with, because that would have been absolutely demoralizing. This is already brutalizing for Sparty here, as he's down by 8. And RAISY just catches him out. Just hanging out, trying to slow the tempo down, and he can't do it. And he's right back into the fray. And there's a Dire Orb for his troubles.
Halfway through the map, a little more than that. Nice. Sparty's LG was looking good there. RAISY couldn't quite track him as well as he would like. But can he convert into something more? Not of this frag, he won't. RAISY still commanding a 10-point lead. Sparty should be able to take heavy, but what is he gonna do with it next? RAISY doesn't have a rail though, and that should help Sparty out quite nicely at this stage.
Dire Orb here, but that should be it for RAISY, and it is a Sparty. Good rockets there to catch him out. But Flea, what's the biggest deficit we've ever seen overcome in the Quake Pro League? If it happens, this is going to be the one, right?
It could very well be. Yeah. We've seen 8 frag deficits. I can think of 9 frag as well, but can't think of anything more. So if Sparty brings this back after being 10 points down, that would be monumental for these. So I am hoping that we get to see some of that.
Nice rail, a little bit of tri-bolt reply from RAISY here, but all in all, comfortable. Big lead. I think he has timing on this heavy, even though he's very early. He's just going to do some cheeky stuff, and there's the rail Dire Orb combo. Only gets 1 rail on the way down. Sparty melts him with the LG. But I do like RAISY just, you know, doing RAISY things. He's not afraid. He's still very comfortable in the lead, willing to take some risks.
Oh, no. Hang on.
Wow.
Now he's 1 HP. Rail is not the right weapon to switch to. I guess that Sparty wasn't aware of just how low RAISY was after that fight. Anything would have taken him down. He could have just blown on him, and that would have finished the fight. No, the rail, and he missed it. RAISY's still railable, but all he has to do now is buy some time, and he may not be railable anymore, but that rocket to the face, that'll take him down just the same. Sparty has to kick this into the highest of gears if he wants to have any chance of bringing this one back.
Just the rails are not connecting the way that he needs right now. So much LG, and Sparty waves goodbye to the chat, and RAISY joins him. And yeah, cue the Benny Hill music, because we got a bit of a show here. Flea, 7 frags down, and you can just tell frustration from Sparty on that one, just dead to rights. Nothing he could do, and now the machine gun up close as the shotgun doesn't come through the way that Sparty would like. This is just going to be the RAISY show for about the next minute and a half.
Sparty just, you know, he surrendered to the inevitable there. He know. Oh my God, these orbs. I hope Dewey's watching, because, you know, he would appreciate these kinds of dire orbs. Beautifully placed, perfectly timed, and the execution. Chef's kiss, and that is, of course, what we can expect from RAISY. He is the complete package after all. The aim, the style, the unpredictability. Gotta love him.
Absolutely, as again, Sparty's a little bit too early on the Mega, and it's going to be just another round of punishment here. The LG will run out, but the rocket's coming through at the last moment. 9 points of health. Sparty just can't get the damage he needs. 20-9 and still 50 seconds left. Could somebody throw in the towel, please? Make it stop. This man has a family.
6,200 points of damage for RAISY. Make it 6,350. Not something you see every day. That's a lot of pain, a lot of hurt. Sent Sparty's way. But ultimately, RAISY was just the stronger one of the two today. Solid effort by Sparty, I would say. Definitely put up one hell of a fight. Made it dangerously close on several of the maps, at least for the first part. And map 2 was specifically and particularly close. 2 frag difference at the very end. So RAISY, he had to work for it, but he kept calm, he kept cool, stayed collected, and secured himself a deserved 3-0. So congratulations, RAISY. Congratulations, Team Maestro. They will be securing themselves yet another win.
Yep. It happened kind of the way that you said, Flea. I mean, Ruins was the closest game for Sparty. His best opportunity just came up short, and map number 3 and 1 were just blowouts for RAISY. Close on the first map for a while, but then we saw the one missed rail. It all went catastrophic from there. And then, as we saw last week, map number 3 was just RAISY taking out some aggression, it almost seems like. So, shouts to RAISY, big 3-0 for him. Shouts to Sparty for hanging in there and doing his best. But, I mean, against a red-hot RAISY, it's going to be tough.
I just love seeing that RAISY flair, you know? Like, how many players for the setup with a gauntlet into an orb combo? RAISY was just waiting around the corner. Right there. Gauntlet and the orb. It didn't pan out that time, but how many players actually go for something like that? Like, you gotta love it.
Oh, it's fantastic to see. Again, a comfortable RAISY is a terrifying RAISY to see, and there we go. We see the wave goodbye again, and look at that. He's a gentleman, too. He's like, I will follow you into the dark, because we are friends. But yes, fantastic performance from RAISY. Heating up, showing the world that, you know, he always climbs the top of the ladder, gets really close, but is this going to be the one where he breaks through and raises that belt? I mean, we have a couple more weeks before we even get close to that conversation, but RAISY making a case for himself here as we take a look at the stats for map number 3. It is in the bag. RAISY takes this set 3-0 over Sparty. And just, I think it was the same thing, you know, good, decent start, close enough start, and just runs out of gas. Things don't go his way, maybe too much rail play, swapping to rail when he shouldn't, not hitting the shots more importantly, and it just, you know, it spirals from there, Flea.
Indeed it did, but that will finish up our first series of the day. Later on, we will be entertaining CNZ versus dramiS. That is going to be our next series. Now, before we cut to our first break, any thoughts on this next matchup?
It's always fun to see the team kill. I know that the org owners don't really like it. It's like 2 of their babies going at it, but I don't care. I just want to see some good Quake. So I think dramiS is going to be fantastic. CNZ is heating up. He's winning some of the side tournaments that the community runs. Always looking strong. Always has the ability to take one over, but dramiS has that flair that we kind of see with some players on the railgun. Maybe, you know, Sparty-esque, as I said, they kind of play the same. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and then we'll dive into that setup a little bit more before we get into the action. So don't go anywhere. Still a lot of Quake to be played today. Then I said sweater. I hardly knew her. Welcome back to Quake Pro League Week 12. I am 40 Lions, joined by Flea. We just wrapped up our first series of the day, and we're going to get into the second one here shortly. And as we mentioned, Flea, it's going to be a team kill. It's going to be CNZ versus dramiS.
Yes, indeed. The boys from Dragonboard Esports are going head-to-head in this series, and they're also very close in the leaderboards. I believe that dramiS is currently in the 8th place, whereas his teammate CNZ is trailing by just 1 spot and is currently 9th. So we should have a very interesting and also pretty important matchup coming up.
Definitely agree, and I would say we use this a lot, but Clash of Styles, dramiS style, kind of, I'm going to use the railgun, and I'm going to use it a lot, and CNZ a little bit more measured, especially, you know, he can kind of transition from aggressive and in-your-face play to more of a defensive, almost base style play, where it's just, you don't even know where he is off the map, and then out of nowhere, just an ambush at one of the majors, and then before you know it, you're down 2-3 frags just based on the spawn, but based on that, we should probably take a look at the pick bans real quick to see if there's going to be any spawn shenanigans. Blood Covenant, Vale, and Deep Embrace. And I see some of dramiS's favorite champs. So, Flea, can you run us through the champ picks, please?
I absolutely can, 40. Blood Covenant, first of all, 2 light champions. I feel like that's really started to become the meta on Blood Covenant, no? Slash, Nyx, Athena, Anarchy, I think they're probably the most picked champions at the highest level of play. And that's exactly what we're getting now. dramiS running Slash, and we all know, right? In the EU, I would say that Cypher is the go-to crowd slider. In NA, it will be dramiS, and he gets to run his baby Slash today. CNZ, on the other hand, will be playing the Anarchy equally fast. It's got a lot of air control to work with as well. Then map 2, Vale of Pnath. We are getting the Keel going up against the Galena. So exactly the same matchup we saw earlier. Back then it was RAISY running the Keel and Sparty playing the Galena. We all know how that panned out. And then finally, map 3, Deep Embrace. Once again, Deep Embrace will be the final one. Sorlag versus Ranger. So we've got the air control on the stack versus the Orb.
Gotta love it, and I love seeing Slash on dramiS. We don't get to see it a lot. So I'm actually interested as to why CNZ maybe let that through. Maybe no fear. Maybe they play together a lot and CNZ feels comfortable approaching that matchup. But that should be a treat. And again, I just always love to see Keel. But based on this breakdown, Flea, the favorite part of the day for each set, who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh, now this is a difficult one, 40. They really don't have that many matches played against each other in the Pro League, and that's obviously because dramiS was in NA, right? Or still is in NA, but back then the brackets were separate. And CNZ, you know, he made it in the Pro League, back out, back in through Challenger, so he wasn't a consistent participant for at least the first 2 seasons. But the one time that they did play was pretty recent. It was on the Iron Fist Invitational LAN, and it was CNZ who took home a 2-1 victory. Now today, I'm gonna go ahead and looking at these picks and bans, I will say dramiS. dramiS has just been looking really good this stage. I mean, just look at the players he's beaten so far. RAISY, vengeur, rapha. I mean, that's a lineup that's hard to beat. Now, CNZ obviously had some really good games of his own, but I think that this one is going to go in dramiS's favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite the body bag to have in your arsenal for dramiS. So I would agree. I think that, again, it's hard to say fully that he's going to have complete control over it, but I think based on his play style and his ability to live and die by the rail, if he hits his shots, I think it goes away. And I feel like today is the day where the luck will be on his side and the rail will land kind of where he needs it to be. I think it's going to be a close 2-1, but I do think dramiS is going to pop off in that dramiS style that we're used to seeing. And I think he's going to take this one 2-1 as well.
Well, let's see what happens, because even though we're both favoring dramiS, it has to be said that I feel like his performance, right, has dropped off at least a little bit, right? I think in the first couple of weeks, right, there was a point where dramiS just went undefeated for weeks on end, and he took down some of the biggest names in the business. But after that, he has incurred a few losses, most recently against Kilson. But of course, Kilson is Kilson. He's absolutely dominating the Pro League this season around. But still, dramiS doesn't quite at least feel in the same shape as he was just a few weeks ago. So I hope that after that loss against Skills, he's been able to just smooth out a few things here and there and get into tip-top shape for his match against CNZ today.
Just playing a lot of Instagib. No, yeah, I'm sure he's, been preparing for this. Again, a team kill is always sad to see, but you do kind of want to have that just a little bit of trash talk where you're like, remember that time we played against each other and I beat you? All right, we're still teammates and friends, but I did beat you. So we'll see. No disrespect to CNZ, again, and a fantastic player. I just feel like dramiS has the capability to kind of spike and pop off. I mean, the people that he's beaten, it's been off the back of amazing rail play, super ballsy, in-your-face pushes that everyone on the receiving end has been, what are you doing here? How did you hit those shots? So if he strings together some more of that dramiS magic and hits him with the classic, I think 2-1 is well within the realm of possibilities for dramiS today.
On the other hand, CNZ, his nickname used to be the Drill Sergeant because he is one of the most disciplined players in the entirety of the Quake Pro League. Nothing seems to phase this man. We've seen some of the biggest tragedy that I can think of in Quake Pro League history. Just LAN tournaments where he was this close to taking out Rapha and then he falls off the map, completely unforced, right? There's been some of these instances with CNZ, but let's see what happens today, right? He is very difficult to face, extremely disciplined, can be very defensive, which could work as a nice counter to CNZ or to dramiS' playstyle today.
Nicknames. That takes me back, Flea. It feels like forever. I don't even remember dramiS'. I think it was like Surge Tonkin or something. But yeah, map number 1, Blood Covenant. We're going to get Speedy. We're going to get Light. We're going to have Slash. And we are going to have Anarchy. Bit of a classic battle here on Blood Covenant map number 1. Between these two teammates, CNZ, dramiS. We're live on map number 1 right now following CNZ.
Starting it off on CNZ's point of view. Heavy will be going his way, and dramiS will get the mega side of the map. Oh, CNZ opting not to go for the railgun. That's interesting, because usually players who get the rail spawn do everything in their power to deny access to their opponent. And now dramiS is the one who still gets the rail, but he's just not landing all that much damage, and CNZ is so consistent with the heavy machine gun. Manages to hold his ground.
Really good machine gun work there. dramiS struggling to connect with the rails. CNZ trying to make the jump and finally just says, you know what? I'm just going to use the rocket jump, get it done. So he does have rail in hand now. He actually has the high ground just above dramiS. There's a little bit of rocket damage into the rail. The LG pushes him away, and dramiS finishes with a beautiful rail to open up the game and put a frag on the board.
Good start by the American. In good position for the heavy as well. Can he make it to Mega on time? Ooh, not like that. Messes up the movement slightly. Something we're not used to seeing out of dramiS, but that railgun, oh my god, that was gorgeous. On the way out, still finding the angle. Nasty stuff. And of course, CNZ is playing a light champion, so those rails, they hurt all that much more when you've got less stack to work with. So he had to fall back. Couldn't make a play for heavy.
Yeah, really nice push with the LG there, making CNZ pop the inject, but the Mega is in his pocket as well. Slash having that trail. dramiS might be able to use it aggressively if he finds the right opportunity here, just looking for some damage, any kind of information. Unfortunately, misses the jump over. CNZ hears all of it, takes a little bit of tribal, jumping over for that armor shard. He's now positioning for the heavy. dramiS in decent position. There's a little bit of a snail trail to prevent any kind of push, and these rails just kind of chip damages. CNZ doesn't even want to go for it, but really nicely done.
Oh, dramiS. Looks like he just wanted to eat that rocket. This should be a frag for CNZ. Okay. The trade, that's about the most that dramiS could hope to gain from that fight still. I like how he went for the rockets, by the way. Using his speed, just get there as quickly as possible, just in case CNZ would make a push for them as well. But now dramiS is still railable. Sticks around to go for a rocket, and it pays off. Risky play. Eats a rail, 10 points of health. He's gonna make a jump onto the Mega. This should be a frag for CNZ, but can he find the angle? Nope. At the very end, but at that point, dramiS had already stacked right back up, and so CNZ makes it a tied game 40.
Rail. dramiS needs to get the hell out of there, even though he wanted the rail really bad as a pickup. Took too much damage off the spawn. As you mentioned, light champions. The stack a little bit weak off the start. One rail and it's curtains. dramiS barely alive after yet another rail from CNZ here. dramiS just can't play the game he wants. He can't even get in on the railgun he knows and loves, and CNZ is just punishing every single angle so well.
66% railgun accuracy by CNZ. dramiS, not too shabby himself, 57. A lot more shots fired by CNZ though, and that has been the deciding factor so far. The rail, dramiS did manage to get a hold of it and is immediately putting it to good use. This should balance things out a bit. dramiS was definitely on the back foot for the past minute or so, simply because he was lacking that weapon. But now he can once again engage in these kinds of fights. Going back up the bounce pad, that's risky.
Oh. Just a rocket waiting for him at the very top, and you won't even know that dramiS picked up the Mega after that damage. And no, he overextends to try and do damage on the heavy, and CNZ with the appropriate punish. 2-1 now, dramiS. You can see that he wants to pick up the pace, and somehow, not dead yet, but just a matter of time. Shotgun up the jump pad makes it look easy. dramiS has to be careful not to let this get too crazy. Even though he's a slash, it can traverse the map extremely quickly. Anarchy just as fast, can play defensive, kind of control those choke points with the same amount of speed. So dramiS just needs to try and calm down, and no! Oh my god, the snail trail takes him out of range, and CNG swipes that in broad daylight, Flea.
You could see that he was just gearing up to get speed, to get out of there as fast as he possibly could, right? He was making a bit of a loop, getting that strafe going, but it ultimately ended up backfiring massively. And now CNZ really starting to take off. Momentum is in his favor.
No.
And look at how CNZ is using that stack advantage. He is just smashing head first into dramiS, trading super shotguns and rockets left and right, because he knows that he's got the stack advantage, that they're both lights. This is really confident. It's risky, but it's confident.
Absolutely, and it's a beautiful play from dramiS there, putting an end to that and saying, look, I need to get back into this game right now, and that's a good start. He steals the lower armor, gets back in time for the Mega as well. CNZ will go across to rockets. The jump pad will be heard by dramiS, but he'll take the rocket, rail rather, and woo, there's a rail of his own, forcing out the inject, stealing. Can he find the angle? Just missing out.
dramiS sounds like he's been listening in on our commentary and is going like, okay, they're giving CNZ's rail a little too much praise for my liking. I'll show you what I can do. Just a moments ago, dramiS was at around 40% railgun accuracy for him, and he's bumped that up to 55 already, barely missing a shot. This past minute and a half.
Oh, you'd love to see it. Oh, when he takes his time, precision rocket there to absolutely obliterate CNZ before the heavy pickup, and now we got a ball game, Flea.
Indeed we do. We got ourselves a fight on our hands. Oh, CNZ. Gotta be careful peeking through the choke point. Just look at the speed. dramiS making use of the plasma. Give himself that immaculate speed boost. Faster than CNZ can get another defensive rocket out of the door. dramiS is already on top of him. Jesus.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, but what a spawn for dramiS. That's the god spawn if you're dramiS right there. Getting the rail, has another opportunity here at this angle, but just flicking away at the last second. CNZ lands a rail of his own, and that's going to be a big one as the LG follow-up too is going to force him off the Mega. Mega in CNZ's possession as dramiS has to try and make a break for this heavy and at least get some damage on it, if not just steal it away completely. Here comes CNZ, LG on LG, who's going to win that out? And CNZ does, and he has the inject as well as the Mega. And that is unfortunate for dramiS here as we're nearing the 8-minute mark, Flea, and dramiS just has to go all in again. It has to be rail and push and pray.
CNZ is being really clever about the angles that he's taking and when he decides to peek, because he's caught dramiS off guard several times now. dramiS holding an angle and then CNZ just leaving and at the last moment coming back just for that final little shot. And at that point, dramiS is already suspecting CNZ to be somewhere else entirely, but no, he's still there. And he lands himself 390. And that helps out tremendously when you're just playing against the light champion.
Evading the damage nicely, but the trap doesn't work as he gets pushed down. Still goes back up the jump pad, and so much rocket damage from CNZ. A little bit of damage from the trail. But dramiS doesn't have a choice. A minute 20, he's got to push this. He's got to try and get in on this heavy and look at the speed flee. And the rail! Oh, that might be a curtain call for dramiS here on map 1.
Yeah, with just a minute to go, dramiS really doesn't have the weaponry he needs. Mega will be up in just 5 seconds, so that is going to give CNZ a whole lot of health to work with too. I don't see it, 40. Nope, that's blind desperation. He knew he had to go for it, had to try something, get himself the Mega. Maybe hoping that CNZ wasn't there, or that he could make a miracle happen with the trail and that gauntlet, but this will be going in favor of the Estonian player.
Yeah, really well played from CNZ. I can't help but feel like, you know, dramiS put himself in those high-risk situations that we see him do a lot. Railgun up close, kind of taking too much time, deciding what weapon he wants to use to try and fight off CNZ when CNZ just has the beat on him with his LG. And it cost him. Spiraled a bit out of control, too much for dramiS to overcome here. Bit of a boop, though. Friendly boop on the way out. But yeah, well played to CNZ on map number 1 here on Blood Covenant.
40, was I wrong putting my faith in NA for this matchup?
How dare you, first of all? No. Second of all, there's still 2 more maps, sir.
Indeed.
Respectfully. Respectfully.
I mean, I'm hoping
we'll
that
see.
dramiS bring it back.
Yeah, again, it's that high-risk style of play where dramiS might often go for damage instead of items, and it's not necessarily the measured, I know that I could fall back on these items and get the damage. It's like, I'm going to go in because I want to fight. I don't know if there's something in the water in NA, but yeah, that's kind of what we saw there in the CNZ with the appropriate punishes, playing around the items a little bit more and doing damage in between, knowing when, you know, he could fall back on shards, he could fall back on majors. And yeah, if dramiS has a prayer here, it's got to be on Vale with Keel, and that's a pretty good combination. So I still have faith in NA, yes, Flea. I believe. I still
Okay, 40. Well, I'm still invested in this too. I said that dramiS was going to take it 2-1, so we could still perfectly be in line with those predictions. So let's see what happens next on map 2, which will be Vale of Pnath. We're getting dramiS running the Keel versus CNZ playing Galena. So as we said earlier, the exact same matchup as we had Sparty versus RAISY earlier today. Then it was the Keel who managed to come out on top, right? We saw just how painful those pineapples, those grenades can be when you hold down the choke points, the bounce pads, the teleporters. And it really didn't feel like Sparty was able to get that much out of the totems. There were a few times where he had them set up around the map and he managed to heal back up, but he was never able to get all 3 of them going to get that overstack heal going. So let's see if CNZ can get some more healing than his predecessor did.
Yeah, definitely getting that overstack is going to be huge, but also do not underestimate dramiS's ability to throw his body at the fight, especially with a heavy champion. I mean, we saw him do it with Slash right now, and now he has just infinitely more stack with the Keel. Starts getting some majors. I think we're going to see some of that old dramiS magic of, I'm 2 feet away from you, but I'm still going to use the railgun, and he has the pineapples for a little bit of insurance. So we'll definitely see. CNZ has to play this a lot more measured, which he's more than capable of doing, and he has to get that overstack going, but I feel like this is going to be an aggressive dramiS that we're about to see here on map number 2.
Well, let's find out. Could very well see more aggression come out, even though map 1 definitely wasn't a slow burner, right? We saw quite a bit of brawling go on there as well. You said it yourself, 40. dramiS maybe putting himself into those dangerous situations without a clear way out, without anything to really fall back on, and then just, yeah, somehow CNZ sticks and glues his LG to his opponent and gives them no way out. So let's see if dramiS approaches this one differently. Think he's going to have to be very careful about those totems, because we know, we keep saying this, but it's true, CNZ is an incredibly disciplined player, defensively one of the most gifted participants in the Quake Pro League, so he is no doubt going to try and set up those totems, get that overstack going, and it will come down to dramiS being able to undo those, to shoot those totems down, and to prevent CNZ from getting comfortable.
Yeah, and again, CNZ very good at playing the ABC style game, playing around the items, and dramiS very good at throwing that book out the fucking window and just being like, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit everything, pineapples, rails, and then maybe take the map. But since he goes all in, high risk, high reward, we'll see. If he doesn't hit the shots, this could go CNZ's way by 7, 8 frags. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe it's the NA style of play. I'm sure other people in NA are like, I don't play like that. rapha. But we'll see. dramiS versus CNZ map number 2. We are live between these two teammates again. A tale of teammates week after week. You hate to love to see it, Flea.
Yes, indeed. Now, Rapha, he isn't due for another few hours, but we will be watching him later. But for now, all eyes are on the Dragonboard esports players. dramiS taking on CNZ. We are on CNZ's point of view. He took map 1. Ooh, that rocket, that came close to being another 100. Both players very reserved right now. CNZ has got that first totem set up at the teleporter, so that's likely going to get taken out very quickly. But he's just hoping to get some damage out of it in case dramiS has to go up the bounce pad or take the teleporter, of course.
Oh, and a huge defensive rocket. 2 totems, and dramiS cannot go through the telly right now. Knows it, and now he's going to get trapped. And CNZ just mixing it up. A little bit of style points on that one. Plasma to LG to put his first frag on the board. Ooh, doesn't quite dodge that pineapple. Has to be a little bit careful here. This dramiS may have one out on this heavy. Still, CNZ trying to do some damage. Good LG. Making sure that it's not completely free. But this machine gun chase.
Oh, so close. dramiS somehow edges himself onto the Mega. Could have gone so wrong. He pushed through the teleporter, 80 points of damage off the bat, then that LG pinning him into a corner. If he
There's nothing more NA about it, Flea. I love it.
If he
it still works.
Grab the
pineapple.
That would have been it.
So yeah, dramiS doing exactly what you said he should do, taking out totems. We never clarified how, so face checking them is fine. He does have the stack to work with as a keel. But yeah, dramiS, that was exactly one of those plays I was talking about. Super high risk, doesn't make sense, somehow pays off. So we're tied at 1, 2 minutes in. And more of that, please, as dramiS positioning himself for the heavy. A little bit too early, but taking that high ground. CNZ waiting from down below for a rail, and there it is. That's exactly what CNZ wanted. And he's just going to take that as a victory and try and make his way over to the Mega a little bit earlier. As he does step into some tribal, dramiS has the ability to maybe set up a rail, but instead he just wants to stack back up and maintain what he has rather than risk losing any kind of stack before this next heavy, which isn't for 15 seconds. So weird positioning here for dramiS. He's got to figure out a way to try and get some high ground to fight for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. CNZ is trying to dominate the ways onto the heavy, but that's a clever rocket jump. A route not many players take. Gets away with the heavy, but takes a lot of damage, down to 40 points of health. But oh no, CNZ caught looking the wrong direction, takes a bad rail in the back. Mecha is up to back him right back up. And we're still in a tight game for the... I like what dramiS is doing, setting up some traps of his own.
Oh,
That's nasty. 190 out of absolutely nowhere, CNZ on the back foot.
I love what CNZ is doing with those totems, making sure that he's always getting damage, and these rails from dramiS, almost 3 for 3. But CNZ is making it just impossible for dramiS to go through the telly without taking some damage. That was one of the first times we just saw dramiS go through safely. He is very hesitant here. Takes his time to pick up this Mega. Well earned by dramiS, but for the most part, CNZ making sure that that top ground through that telly, dramiS is always going to take that damage. And it looks like dramiS is letting CNZ know, I don't care. I'll face check everything you throw at me. Let's fight.
And dramiS is hitting 66% railgun. Now it's dropped a little bit after missing that last shot, but still showing exactly what he's capable of. I think it's a little odd to see that CNZ is only hitting 30% because Keel is a slow and a large target. So I would be expecting CNZ to just be bouncing him around with those rails, constantly harassing him with 390 points of damage. Especially considering how good his rail was on map 140, but now CNZ is just struggling to land those shots, and I think that's a big part as to why dramiS has such a comfortable stack right now.
Yeah, for what it's worth, those playing the home version, dramiS is on 30 ping, CNZ is on 100. Whether that plays into it or not, I can't be certain. I'm just giving you the information, but We're about halfway through, tied at 1, and this is a much slower paced game than I thought. dramiS able to reel in some of that aggression with the keel. Nice little lineup rail there from CNZ, making it look easy. Good positioning on that rocket to make sure he doesn't go through, and he's going to be able to grab it. Takes big damage, though. Wants a little bit more. There's dramiS now trying to make his way back to the high ground. We've seen him struggle trying to get there, and there's the totem again. Is he going to face check another one, Flea?
He has the stack to do it, but not comfortably so. But then again, this is dramiS, and we've seen him do crazier things than that. Oh, he does take away the totem, the tribals, deletes it. There we go, CNZ finally starting to get some rails of his own, and this could still be a frag, even though dramiS did pick up the heavy, he's low. But CNZ, passive, disciplined as always, decides not to engage. I think with how slow-paced of a game this has been for the neither player wants to put themselves at a disadvantage.
Oh, wow, CNZ is hanging on by a thread. He's going to get caught out in the Thunderdome, and dramiS gets the drop on him. Not only that, but has the biggest stack advantage right now, even after taking that rail. Oh, look, there's a heavy stacked to the teeth. Has the weapons at his disposal to try and extend this lead, but can he find CNZ? This is the critical portion of the game where CNZ has to just be a ghost, Flea.
Yes, indeed. He simply doesn't have the stack to show his face. dramiS has got a lot of pineapples ready to go. Plus, an overwhelming stack advantage. Now, CNZ does have 2 of those totems up on the map already. If he can get 1 more, he will have a free mega of his own to work with. But he's still 20 seconds away from that. He heard the heavy pickup. CNZ is aware of the item timing. Nice rail. I like these little trap plays, just setting up right underneath the mega. Being a ghost, like you said, 40, and then just a little bit of a slap on the buttocks as dramiS flies by. That's exactly what he needs to do.
It's dramiS just trying to look for this opening rail. There it is, a little bit of pineapple as well. Trying to read exactly where CNZ wants to go with that armor shard, and there's another punishing rail, but dramiS has to be careful, and immediately seeing that he's only down to 1 slug, re-ups on the rail. Oh no,
yeah.
CNZ, it's a pineapple.
He wanted
to telegraph there.
He wanted to commit to that one, but that grenade is going to make him reconsider. Oh, goes through the teleporter at the right time, does a lot of LG damage, but still weak, still tender. He's got to be careful because the tribals. dramiS has been sick with the tribals. Let's take a look. Nearly 300 points of damage with the tribal by dramiS. That's not something you see every day.
It's not bad at all, especially from dramiS, who plants CNZ into the ground. Rest in peace. Catches him out of CNZ. Was so good at evading for so long, but dramiS with another frag. 2 minutes left, up by 2. And just the stack. Again, the items have been firmly in dramiS's control. There has only been 1 heavy in CNZ's possession this game.
So now for the first time, 40, CNZ does have all totems up, so he's got his own overstack for Mega. Could this be the turning point? Nice rail, but he needs more than just that one. dramiS is actually just going to go up the bounce pad. Oh, 2 points of health! CNZ clutches it out. That was so close. If he had lost that fight, that would have been it. But still, he's in the running. Just 1 frag behind, 90 seconds to go. Entirely possible, especially with the Mega, or the heavy under his belt, rather.
Rail there from dramiS, and what's crazy about that play is that wasn't that crazy of a push from dramiS. That made sense, but CNZ punishes and wins that fight, and maybe that's why dramiS is like, you know what, when I'm supposed to push, I just lose. I'm just going to push when I'm not supposed to. There's a great initiation rail, but CNZ with the LG melts him, and we have a tie ball game with a minute left.
Heavy up in just 2 seconds, both players engaging in a standoff, but CNZ's LG, it has been murderous today, 40. Really don't think that dramiS should be taking these one-on-one LG battles unless he's got a major positional or stack advantage, and he just didn't have that in that situation. And now all the pressure is on him to make up yet another frag in that final half minute of play, but CNZ has got a totem at already. He's got a stack advantage, and all he has to do is be defensive. for another 25 seconds or so.
There's the rocket jump up. It's the all-in play. And again, the LG reigns supreme from CNZ. The defense is absolutely pixel perfect. And dramiS is just shaking his head right now. And that is unfortunate. The GG is called. And what a comeback from CNZ. dramiS was firmly in a position to take this one push, one misstep at the Mega LG fight, down to 2 points of health. CNZ takes it, and the game gets flipped, Flea, just like that.
It all came down to that fight, really. One more tick of LG, one additional cell hit by dramiS, and that would have been the end. There was no way that CNZ could have recovered from that one, but nope. He managed to come out on top, secure the Mega, build up a bit of momentum, go boss to heavy, and that ultimately ended up spelling dramis's doom. And that means that CNZ will already be securing himself the win in this series.
And just an insane play from CNZ to be able to stay calm and composed. We saw him for 2 to 3 minutes evade beautifully on the map and just stay alive, minimize taking damage, not let dramiS pile up the frag count. And that proved to be crucial. That one fight he decided to take, he stood his ground, 2 points of HP off the back of an absolutely gorgeous LG fight. And just like that, CNZ wins map number 2 as we take a look at the stats. And the stats, I think 7 minutes in is when I checked, 1 heavy to his name for CNZ. Absolutely incredible control from dramiS, but in the end, doesn't even matter, Flea.
Indeed, it did not. CNZ, representing Estonia, will be taking out his teammate in this matchup. But of course, this is the Quake Pro League. There's cash on the line for every single one of these maps, so we are going to go all the way. We will be going the distance, and we'll be cleaning this one up with Deep Embrace. That will be our final map for the. Any thoughts about that one?
I think, unfortunately, now that dramiS has kind of dropped the set, we might just see him go completely off the rails, which is fine. I mean, as a viewer, I love it. A lot of rails maybe coming out, especially as the Sorlag, again, having that extra stack to throw around, the counter to that. Dire Orb does huge, big damage up close. So if dramiS gets a little bit too close for comfort for CNZ, we might see a lot of Dire Orbs, we might see a lot of Deweys back out. But yeah, Deep Embrace, I mean, this one should be a fast-paced game. I personally thought Vale was going to be a little bit more fast-paced than it was, so always down to see how these players approach it, but dramiS hopefully has a little something left in the tank to try and take at least a map, but that one's a heartbreaker because, again, I feel like that push wasn't terrible. It wasn't a badly timed push. It was just LG on LG. CNZ got the best of them, and the game turned right off the back of that.
You've got to be careful taking these LG fights against CNZ, right? He's a bit of an underdog, but his LG has been absolutely insane. And I think there's few people who will consistently beat him when you just put them right in front of each other. LG's out. He is just an absolute madman. So if you want to take a fight like that, you need to make sure that you've got more stack, that you've got a better position, because otherwise you are very likely to lose that fight. And of course, that is exactly what happened to dramiS, aided no doubt by that larger hitbox on Keel. CNZ was able to put out an incredible amount of damage and secure himself map 2. So that will take us into the final map of this series, Deep Embrace, Sorlag, being played by dramiS versus CNZ on the Ranger.
Yeah, and we'll see. I don't know. Do you know off the top of your head win record on Deep Embrace for these players? Like who wins the most on this map? Because I don't know. I feel like this one might be up in the air.
It could very well be. Yeah, this is, I think, one of the best opportunities that dramiS will have to at least get a map win here, right? Sorlag, he knows how good he is when it comes to that air control. The movement champions really are dramis's bread and butter. But this time around, he doesn't just have movement, he has a ton of stack. Plus, he has that damage over time, area denial, spit ability as well. He just has to be careful of that Dire Orb, because we have seen rather just how effective it can be in the hands of a true professional like RAISY, and CNZ will no doubt be whipping it out today as well. Ooh,
oh my god!
Yeah. Too fast. dramiS got carried away by that speed and the aggression, and CNZ was just ready for him. Read him like an open book, expected the push, sat there comfy with LG in hand, and then dramiS, yeah, got floated a little bit.
Really good damage. There's 44 points of HP for CNZ, but yeah, read him like a book, but it looked like a picture book, and unfortunately for dramiS, it was not the picture that he wanted as the cutoff with the Dire Orb body block into Mega. What a combo from CNZ.
CNZ was maybe half a step away from ending up in the abyss right there for you. I don't know if you noticed, but he did not clear that gap comfortably. Let's leave it at that. Oh, dramiS actually just going for a suicide. Hitting the escape button, respawn. Not a bad choice, all things considered. You don't see it very often at high-level play, but the intent clearly was to get a good respawn on the Mega. Give up heavy towards CNZ and then try to block him off, but ultimately it didn't pan out that way, and now CNZ already 4 frags in the lead, but these rockets, 1, 2, 3, making it rain. dramiS and catches him out on the rail, but the orb keeps him within bounds, and CNZ so quick on the reaction right there.
Wow, fancy footwork as well as dramiS gets a rail shot off, dodges. He's back in this, so the tactical suicide working out in the end for a little bit at least, for what it's worth. Still down by 2. Nice fadeaway rail there to make it all worth it. There's the spit on the LG, trying to cut off CNZ, but CNZ just pushing with the shotgun, relentless, but getting stuck through the drive-through window, and the rocket going up the jump pad. dramiS finds the damage he needs. Looking a lot better right now, Flea.
But getting a quick refrag right there, CNZ. Just in time before the heavy spawn, so he gains a massive prize there as well. A little bit of a misfire. I like what dramiS did right there, switching it to the gauntlet for that extra bit of damage back into the LG for the trade. That was about the most that he could make in that situation.
Oh, big rocket, but CNZ again, that LG has been on point. And yeah, the gauntlet swap, just knowing that, you know, I need a little bit of that extra damage going through the telly. So Snoop hit him with the boot, but he's still down by 3. Into the machine gun, CNZ with the fadeaway machine gun funk gets it. Is pretty low, needs to be careful as he makes his way over to this Mega. Can dramiS chase him down? Hits a great rail, but the jump across, and he secures it. But another great rail again, and dramiS goes 3 for 3.
That's exactly what he needs. 66% railgun accuracy by dramiS. He's doing everything he can to keep this a close game because he is not winning it on basis on the items. dramiS so far, he has secured just 2 major items. CNZ is at 11. That just shows how much control the Estonian player has had over the map and over the items. It's making it so difficult for dramiS because every time he does secure an item, like just now, he's caught in such a bad spot.
Yeah, it's almost like he's only giving up items he knows he can kill at. And that's a great shot from dramiS as CNZ goes flying through the air and Dire Orbs onto the heavy for a little bit of insurance just to make sure that it's in his possession. And dramiS just flicking around with the railgun, landing all the shots. But can he get the frag off the back of it? Oh, and he goes all in, and that's that high risk, high reward again, and doesn't pay off this time. dramiS now, he's going to be reeling after that one, flees the LG from around the corner. The Mega's picked up. There's the rocket jump. Weird air fight, and somehow the trade, the tri-bolt, comes through for dramiS.
dramiS being at point-blank range and going for the rail shots. Name a more iconic duo for the you hardly can in the Quake Pro League. Sometimes it pays off, often it does not. And now trailing by 6 frags. dramiS, what are you going to do? Once again going for the rail. This time he didn't really have much else to work with. But all that means is that this gap is just widening. CNZ 7 points ahead already.
We are just now approaching the midway point of this one. A lot of action so far. Unfortunately for dramiS, it's been all CNZ's action for the most part. Here's another fadeaway rail. dramiS with one of his own, but he's going to keep peeking because he's fearless. But CNZ punishes appropriately and gets the spawn rail as well. And dramiS is still... I thought he was going to try and peek over and do some damage, but he's not fully crazy yet. He's just trying to do so much damage, trying to make something happen, and he takes out dramiS. Oh no!
CNZ messing up with the orb right there, falling short. That's almost what happened on Mega earlier when he fell into the abyss, or nearly fell into the abyss. But this time dramiS is just going to, well, clean up the situation. Just extending, you know, a little bit of a nice offer to his teammate. Oh, the tri-bolt. It's a lot of damage.
CNZ just standing there taking all that tri-bolt, and dramiS is like, this is free? I'll take this.
4 minutes. 7 frags. We've seen dramiS deliver this against rapha, and if you can do it against the Liquid Wan, then you can do it to literally anyone. But will he? That's the question, 40.
Well, it has to start sooner rather than later if he wants to try and mount this comeback. Rocket jump up. Good cutoff. Big rocket into Spit. The Dire Orb comes out. More rocket damage, and I don't think the Spit connected. There's the rail. CNZ very weak. One last rail from both players will do it as they're looking for the angles here. And through the stairway, dramiS just a little more patient, lands his shot, and he should be able to win out on this heavy. So decent opening, but still 7 frags to do. And look at this LG, just absolutely shuts it down. CNZ's not having any of that lead.
CNZ knew exactly where dramiS was at, figured out the route he was going to take, and set up the perfect trap. And that's the risk, playing these faster on these mobile champions. Look, it's happening again as we speak, 40. Sometimes the speed just ends up controlling you, and before you know it, you're blindly strafing out into the middle of a room. And if your opponent is setting up a trap, is waiting, lying in ambush, yeah, with aim like CNZ's, you are going to pay for that transgression.
dramiS now just hugging the ropes. He just wants it all to be over. Please stop the room from spinning here. He's waiting on the Mega. He does win out on it, but just like that, so much damage. He touches an item, and he's just immediately punished. Flea.
And I think 10 frags in 2.5 minutes make it 11. 40. I think that will seal the deal. CNZ should be cleaning this one up in a 3-0 fashion.
19-7. Only 6 major items to dramiS's name. 3 heavies, 3 megas. CNZ doing his best Happy Gilmore impression and saying, "Don't you ever tuck." As the rocket jump up, cuts off dramiS, working with Spit and a rail and a prayer, and he has to back away. Can't even fight for the heavy. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway. Less than 2 minutes down by an immense amount. Make it 13 frags. Oh boy.
You said it yourself, CNZ is so good at that ABC play, right? The bare fundamentals of what Quake is all about, and that's really what you saw here. CNZ is just going from one item to the other, and somehow he just keeps finding dramiS in between and getting himself a frag here, a frag there, and then a mega heavy. And he's just been doing that for the past 5 minutes. And clearly, it's paying off dividends. If you look at this scoreline, CNZ, absolutely phenomenal performance today. Look at that LG, Jesus, I gotta look at the stats. 58%! Hello!
77
damage.
rail. The boy is stacked to the teeth with the accuracies played.
Unbelievable. I want to see more of this CNZ. And also, 40, just gotta point something out. Out of all the players we've seen today, so that's Sparty, RAISY, CNZ, and dramiS, CNZ is the only one who has been going positive in terms of win-losses. Everyone else has lost more games than they've won, except for CNZ. He's 4 wins, 3 losses, and today he's transforming that into 5-3, and that just shows that this man, you can't sleep on him. He's got that consistency.
Absolutely, as this is a blowout here on map number 3. Again, CNZ with the ABC game, dramiS with the WTF game, 25-7. He's just trying to... He wants to dine by candlelight, or it looks like die by candlelight, as that'll be the final frag of the game. 25-6. CNZ just, yeah, just insane. Insane play.
Yes, that was one hell of a conclusion to this 3-map series. Congratulations, CNZ. Well played. Obviously, for Team Dragonborn Esports, this is going to be, you know, a mixed result, right? Because on the one hand, one of your players did extremely well, got themselves a beautiful 3-0 victory. On the other, well, the flip side of the coin means that your other player suffered a 3-0 loss. But still, solid performances by both of these players, right? We've broken down what went wrong for every single map, but generally speaking, dramiS, you said it best, 40. He just puts himself in these really dangerous situations where the only way out is landing those rails, and it just doesn't always pay off. It's so risky.
Yeah, very, very risky. Again, we saw, especially on map number 3, just all the risks. Anything that he could do to take, it was all for naught, as CNZ had all the answers. And usually, more often than not, that answer was LG for days, as CNZ lightning hot. Look at that, just the floats. It's just absolutely incredible to watch. The mechanics, I mean, CNZ not really known throughout the league for his mechanics, but putting them on display, letting the people know I have the accuracies that you gawk over for other players, so please notice me. And notice him we have as 3-0, taking a look at the stats from map number 3. Well done, CNZ. I don't know, commiserations for dramiS? I feel like it's my fault. Anytime I'm like, yeah, NA, let's do it, yay! It's always like, oh my god, look at what they did to my baby boy.
And I went along with it for the, I feel like I have to apologize for my lack of
There's a lot of people mad at you in chat. Yeah.
Because
you're an absolute
today.
traitor, so...
I feel awful for it too. Should not have trusted NA. I've learned my lesson. Let's go EU, CNZ, well done. But hey, there is a lot left to come, and we've got more EU versus NA matches, right? Kilson versus psygib will be our next one, and then we will wrap up the day with vengeur rapha.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call Kilson versus psygib a match, because psygib's going to take that 3-0, but we could talk about that as we get there. But that's the wrap-up from the set that we just saw between CNZ and dramiS, CNZ taking that comfortably. But yeah, that's the second one in the bag, and as you mentioned, we got a lot more Quake, so why don't we take a quick break, Flea, and then we'll be back, and we will be getting into Kilson versus psygib after this. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 12. I'm 40 Lions, joined by Flea, and we're about to get into what might be one of the most one-sided games of the day. Flea, I mean, Kilson versus psygib. Break it down for me just in a nutshell what you think of this one.
I mean, I think that we need to look no further than the rankings, right? Kilson, #1, undisputed. The man is absolutely insane this season. Just look at that. Prize money, $4,200. But the most important stat, well, it's kind of shown, but 40 rather. Kilson has a map differential of +24, meaning that he's won 24 maps more than what he's lost. The second player, or the second best map differential, is Rapha, with just +13. Kilson has nearly twice the map win-loss ratio that Rapha has, as well as literally anyone else in the Quake Pro League. So this man is absolutely nuts right now. And then on the other hand, his opponent, psygib, well, he's currently in last place on the leaderboards, being the only competitor who has yet to win a match this season. So when you suspect that this could be a very one-sided series, 40, I am inclined to agree.
Yeah, for psygib, because, you know, when you started from the bottom, now you're here, you have nothing to lose. Back against the wall. If he takes down Kilson, it'll be a miracle, and all about miracles. So my credibility's already gone, and so my dignity has gone with it. I think psygib can take this one. I feel pretty good about it, Flea. No, I do worry. I do worry that it is going to be rather one-sided. Kilson has been on a tear, dropping the set to vengeur, I think like 3-4 weeks ago, but still, other than that, just red hot. As you said, best differential in the Pro League this season. psygib hasn't even put up a set win yet. Not looking great, but we'll see. Maybe the pick bans go his way. Maybe there's some magic. Let's take a look at those real quick. We got Corrupted Keep to start it off, a little bit of Insomnia first of the day, and then we're going to finish it out on Awoken. Flea, as always, if you could run me down the champ list, please.
Of course I can, 40. So we're starting it off, Corrupted Keep, where we're getting Anarchy versus Strogg. Anarchy, not a champion you see played on this map all that often, since it is quite small. Strogg, of course, is a mainstay, right? Decent stack, he's got that sliding fast around the corners, plus, of course, the peeker, the little drone. Doesn't really have a hard counter on this map because it's the only one in the pool that doesn't have a railgun. Now map 2, Insomnia, first time we're getting to see that one today. We are seeing Ranger versus Nyx. Now Ranger for quite some time was, you know, the SS tier pick on this map, right? He was the undisputed best, mainly because of the position of the railgun. Now that has been changed, so Kilson is gonna go for the Nyx, another one of his prized champions. And then finally, on Awoken, we are seeing the Scale Bearer come out. Not that common of a pick. I had to do a little bit of a double take for it because I was like, did I see it wrong? Is it actually Ruins? No, it's Awoken, and we're seeing Scale on Awoken versus the BJ.
Yeah, and DJ Wheat is fuming right now, and that's why he's glad that he doesn't have to cast this match. But based on those champ picks, I mean, do the champ picks even matter? I mean, we already talked about how we might feel like this is the most one-sided potential set today between these two, just based on the rankings themselves. But in your heart of hearts, do you still think it's a 3-0 Kilson, easy peasy, lemon squeezy?
Oh, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be an easy one, okay? Yes, psygib hasn't won a series yet, but it has almost always been close, and he has almost always secured at least one map out of the series. So this is not going to be a walk in the park for Kilson. It could very well be a 3-0, and that would be my prediction too, but he's gonna have to work for it. Now, looking back at their previous matches in the Quake Pro League, Kilson has won both of them, and he has won both of them 2-0. So indeed, I am going to lean towards him securing another win without dropping a map, but I think that psygib is going to do everything in his power to keep it as close as possible, and maybe even steal away one of the maps.
And I was joking before when I said, you know, at this position, you don't have anything to lose. But truly, I mean, if you don't have anything to lose, you're bottom of the leaderboard, you know, there's really no pressure on you. So maybe psygib uses that a little bit to get whatever edge he can against Kilson. Again, it's still going to be extremely tough, but we'll see. Maybe, you know, any given Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever, any given Quake day, Flea, anything can happen. So Kilson does have to be on point. He can't sleep on this one. But yeah, I think predictions probably firmly in Kilson's favor. Full focus, as he likes to say. But psygib, you know, you never know if he has a little something up his sleeve. Maybe we'll see the aviators in the bandana. psygib to psygod transformation throughout the set. I'd love to see it. I miss it, actually. It kind of makes me sad.
Absolutely. Now I'm also taking a quick look at chat, and it looks like the chat's prediction is 93% in favor of Kilson, and 7% are hoping to win big by betting on the underdog. So let's see what psygib can do. We're starting off on Kilson's point of view, immediately bringing out that Peeker, knowing very well that psygib has got very little to counter it, and that's a free 50 points of damage. Look at the confidence on Kilson's end. This is risky though, he doesn't have heavy machine gun. And somehow he still gets it! 40, he should not have won that. He should not have won that fight.
He just didn't care. He believed it was full focus. And it's the full frag for Kilson as he's up 1-0 early as the machine gun wars open us up here. And up close and personal, the shotgun not quite on target. Has to make a mad dash for the Mega, and he's able to get to it before he gets gunned down by psygib.
So aggressive with the super shotgun. We all know that's his Achilles heel. He's so vulnerable to these blasts. Oh, is it starting to snowball?
It's a kill shell.
No.
Throwing the towel. I'm gonna vomit.
We're only 50 seconds into this map, and Kilson's already found himself multiple spawn frags. But hang on, psygib making good use of that air control, steering himself back into the heavy. That allowed him to get that frag.
So that's what you want to see if you're a psygib fan. Stopping the bleeding for the time being, but now he's stuck behind the LG doing good machine gun work to get out. Very, very weak. Can't be too telegraphed with this, and the rocket is in Kilson's chest.
Like, Kilson definitely overstayed his welcome. Some of these fights, especially the first one, which he managed to win against all odds, but he's got to be careful. Yes, he's got a sizable lead. Yes, he is the clear favorite to win this one, but he's just pushing in with 20 points of health. You know, one defensive rocket by psygib could easily turn the tide. Oh, but not when he keeps playing like this. psygib, too predictable. And Kilson will punish that time and time again.
And I know that a lot of the pros, if not all of them, have mastery over the spawns, but it feels like on this map specifically, Kilson can just run those spawn frags at will. Especially if you die in the mid-ground, it's just so telegraphed, and Kilson can read it well, time it well, and that really is what separates him from the other pros here, as he's up by 5. psygib can't be caught out at any of these majors, and none of them are going to spawn for a while, as Kilson can just hunt his prey right now in between the majors. Oh, wow!
Nice! And this is a really dangerous part of the map for psygib, because Kilson has got full control of the items. And this is kind of how Corrupted Keep tends to flow, right? It's pretty balanced for the first few minutes. Yes, there may be a few spawn frags, but it's only when one of the players gets both Mega and Heavy under their control and starts just running the map because of how small it is, that things really go awry. And that is what Kilson is going for right now. Mega Heavy. He's got perfect control of the both of them. And he's got plenty of time in between to hunt out psygib. So the American has got to find some opportunity to play this.
Trying to land some rocket damage around the corner here as he has no armor to his name. psygib just staying alive, LG in hand. Sneaking around, and he does evade long enough to get an armor shard. Uses the inject as a pocket Mega. I think he's going to take this fight onto the heavy and see if he can do at least some damage. There goes Kilson through. There's the swap to rockets. Big damage. The shotgun not quite landing for Kilson, except not yet. Not soon enough. As psygib does enough damage to try and fight for this. Can he land the damage? And he can't flee.
It wasn't a bad choice to go aggressive there, because he had done a hell of a lot of damage in the previous engagements. But Kilson, the rocket, getting the bounce into the super shotgun, just cleaned it up and sealed the deal nicely. Yeah, Kilson has got to back up into that small armor. Didn't quite get the rocket jump right earlier. And it looks like almost nothing happens, right? psygib managed to disrupt Kilson's flow for what? Feels like 10-20 seconds, and now Kilson's firmly back in the driver's seat. Oh, psygib
nothing
literally
but scratch. How do you get back from this, Flea? You're 5 minutes in, you're down 11. Maybe 12 right here. The jumping shotgun, is it going to come up big? It is! Okay. There's a little something, something.
That's how you get back into it, 40. Getting a good frag just before a major item spawns. But now he has to be careful though. psygib, he's got to show some restraint. Jumping around the map like that, Kilson is just pummeling him in terms of damage output. And psygib just really not finding his groove. 19% LG accuracy by psygib. That is unusual. Kilson hitting 42. You don't see that very often. psygib, he's a brawler. His LG is usually very solid, but this time around he's just really not landing the shots, and much of that has to do with the fact that Kilson isn't giving him the opportunity to. But even then, like, look, psygib, his aim was so off in the first half of that fight. Don't really know what's happening to him, and it's not really the ping issue either, because it's Kilson who has the highest ping in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, a bit curious here is the Rockets. Okay, they land right before the heavy pickup. He is a little bit weak, but he's going to have bubbles to work with here. But is Kilson going to re-aggress immediately to try and get the refrag? He's got such a big lead, I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to throw a body or two, but he doesn't need to with 4 minutes. He's still going to play composed. He's going to just chip away at this Mega. There's the pocket inject used by psygib to try and fend off Kilson. Kilson relentless with the damage here. Going up the jump pad, getting caught out with LG just for a tickle, though. And after all that, steals away the heavy as psygib gets caught in the red room looking for an armor shard. Just doesn't make the rotation quick enough to grab that major.
At least things are balanced out a little better than they were earlier, right? This is much more of an even fight than 3 minutes ago or so when Kilson was just running everything, was in full control of all the items. So psygib, he is on more equal footing right now, but he's got to be careful because look at this. Kilson takes away heavy. 15 seconds before Mega. Could make a play for it as well. The big detriment to Kilson's game right now is that he doesn't have the LG.
Oh! To the
Almost
window, to the wall, till the Rockets, well, fall in his lap as psygib with 2 beautiful hundos and then a little bit of a tickle to finish it. But is it enough, Flea? 8 frags, less than 3 minutes.
I don't know about that one, 40. It's an uphill battle. And it's a steep hill. This ain't a hill, this is the Mount Everest, and that's a lot. psygib, can he do it? Bit of a stalemate going on right now. Both players just waiting out the Mega, but it is once again Kilson who gets away with it. psygib always trailing. Let's take another look at the items picked up. 19 majors for Kilson versus 12 by psygib. But the unusual thing, 40, is that Kilson, the one who was in control for most of the game, also has more of the smaller armors picked up. And that's usually not something you see. It tends to be the player out of control who's able to take up most of the small items. And that is just a testament to how aggressive Kilson has been. He keeps on taking fights in between picking up the majors and then just restacking with those small items as well, thereby denying them to psygib.
Oh no, and after all that, it was just a matter of time. Flea psygib was dead to rights. And Kilson playing with his food a little bit, let's be honest. Up 10 frags. And I think this one is toast, unfortunately, for psygib. But he did put up a little bit of a fight, but in the end, it was just a blip on the radar for Kilson, looking so strong. Fantastic rocket, a little bit of machine gun to add salt to the wound as the inject comes out from psygib. And at this point, just hugging the ropes for the last minute, trying to mentally reset before we get into map number 2. This one was just not on the cards for him. Big rockets, though. The saving grace of this entire map is that, okay, I mean, a little bit of that, too, as Kilson goes for a dip, but it's hot. The rockets from psygib have been on point. As you mentioned earlier, the LG lackluster, which is alarming, but the rockets have been very, very solid for the most part.
One player whose LG is not lackluster is Kilson, 46% against an Anarchy, after having dealt over 2,000 points of damage. There's just a very interesting discrepancy there. If you look at the damage output, Kilson has largely ignored rockets in favor of LG. when it comes down to psygib, it's the complete opposite. Psygib has done more than twice as much damage with the rockets as he has with LG, and I think that just shows that Kilson has done a much better job at commandeering these fights, right? He keeps at the right distance with the lightning gun, where psygib is firing those rockets hoping to connect, but just not working out for him.
Look at that. A little bit of hydration there as Kilson's exhausted after that beatdown. Big plays from Kilson. 19-8 is going to be the map score for Corrupted Keep, map number 1 between these two. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of how we thought it'd go. We saw, again, a little bit of a surge from psygib to fight back, and then in the end, it was just all the Kilson show on Corrupted Keep. Really, really well played. Championship level play from Kilson. And we're going to take a look at the highlights. But, I mean, I don't know. What do you do to try and adjust mid-series if you're psygib right now, Floyd?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? How do you deal with your opponent just outmaneuvering you, out-aiming you, out-controlling you on those items? There's very, very little that you actually can do. psygib just has to go for a bit of a complete reset. Now on map 2, he will have a bit of a stack advantage, right? Because he will be running Ranger versus Nyx on Insomnia. And that is going to help him out a bit, because on map 1 it was the opposite. Kilson had the higher starting stack, whereas psygib was of course on the back foot of the spawn, having 0 armor to his name as Anarchy. So now things are reversed and he has that advantage going into this map. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, I think that in a lot of players' opinions at least, Ranger is still the single best pick on Insomnia. Giving you that orb, right? You have that burst damage potential up close, but also a bit further as we saw earlier today on RAISY's point of view. Plus, it helps you stay in control of some key parts of this map. Insomnia is not the easiest to traverse, right? There's a few of those teleporters, tricky bounce pads, some interesting jumps, right, over to where the railgun used to be, and the orb can help out massively. So I think that he's really got to lean into the advantage that he has with the orb and that extra stack.
I think you're absolutely spot on, and I think that is exactly what he has to do. But in the end, at the end of the day, all I think about is Kilson and Nyx name a better duo. Like, Kilson, an absolute connoisseur on Nyx, and we might just see another Kilson frag highlight reel here on Insomnia is what I'm worried about, because that first map was a little brutal. Again, new map, new mentality, have to start fresh. If you're a psygib fan, let's actually take a look. How many diehards do we have out there? Taking a look at the predictions, 7%. Lucky number 7, Flea. We'll see. We'll see.
Same as last map. Yeah, let's see. Ooh, I'm seeing a drop. 44%.
It's because I called it out.
God,
yeah, I messed it up.
40.
Why
you
am I
gotta
so
hype
bad
up
at
NA.
everything?
Man, we love you. We love you. We really do. As we are loading into map 2, things are about to get underway. Kilson had a very decisive victory on map 1. Now let's see map 2, Insomnia. First time we're seeing the latest map being added to the pool come into play today. So let's see. Can psygib maybe cause an upset on a map that players aren't as familiar with as some of the others?
I mean, do you think if he's going to win a map in the set, this is going to be the one? I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know how much he's played it, to be honest.
That scale bearer on Awoken is such a wild card for me that it's very, very difficult to call. But looking at the champions, I feel like he has a better chance to win this one than he did on map 1, right? I was immediately skeptical of the Anarchy pick on Corrupted Keep, so this should help him out a lot more.
We are number 2, starting off on Kilson, who again has that Nyx. And has that big old delay on the heavy. Just a nice little 6-second one. More importantly, getting all the weapons he needs to fight just in the blink of an eye. The unholy trinity at Kilson's disposal. psygib well equipped as well. Orb in hand and might set a trap right around the corner, but just doesn't even land the initial damage to warrant a ghost walk being popped. And that might be the key here as Kilson, brave, takes the peak, hits the rail positions well for this, and that's why the delay was so big, Flea. But look at this! Up the jump pad, but the shotgun misses, but okay. He redeems himself with the second shotgun blast, but there was a glimmer of hope for psygib there for a moment.
psygib knows exactly where Kilson is at right now. He's so patient, waiting for his opponent to leave before he actually makes a move through the teleporter. He's positioned nicely for Mega as well. Kilson can't make it there on time, so that will definitely be going in favor of the American. But Heavy, that's a different story altogether. Looks like both players are pretty content just going for their own major item. But what psygib is missing right now is the rail. Look at him going aggressive, perhaps a bit too aggressive. Kilson read him like an open book, knew that he wanted to complete his armory. And it cost him dearly.
Oh no, and he misses the jump, so Kilson will win out on the Mega and should be able to get a clean path to the Heavy, and that's very unfortunate for psygib how that just went. He's just going to get locked out of the map now, Flea. Kilson taking his time, even grabbing the armor shard to deny even more resources from psygib.
This could indeed be a critical point for Kilson. Same thing happened on the previous map. There was that one moment where Kilson gets the leg up over his opponent at just the right time, and he then converts it into full control. Ghosthawk has been popped. Oh, psygib didn't hear it. Still not too bad. Good shotty. There we go. Another one for good measure. As he takes away the Heavy, but he's down to 9 points of health. Kilson isn't going to let him get away with that one. But he is weak. Not weak enough though. 2 rails back to back, and that is going to hurt psygib as Kilson extends his lead.
There was an attempt by psygib, but it was
No.
bit careless as the flick of the wrist. Gets Kilson his 5th frag and almost gets a highlight reel off the spawn, but instead Kilson takes out Kilson with the aggression of psygib, the rocket. Will take him out, so psygib relentless, might get this frag going through the telly and enough stack to be able to take that damage. And still in this one, psygib. It's not going Kilson's way. Again, as a light champion, doesn't really have a lot of stack to play with. Off the spawn, and there's the Dire Orb. And Flea, this is a 1 frag game just like that.
Absolutely. Turning it around real quick. In position for Heavy as well, and Kilson just doesn't really have any weapons to fight with. Doesn't have rocket, doesn't have LG or rail, so he can't stick around. And now psygib, full control. Let's take a look at the damage output. Kilson dealing more damage and securing more items, but this could very well be a turning point for psygib.
And what a boost it would be to take a map off of Kilson. Not only a map, but going into the 3rd with the potential for a series victory over Kilson, the #1 ranked player in the league right now. Still, a lot of time before that's decided, but only trailing by 1. That's not a bad start here, as psygib is able to scoop up that Heavy. Kilson waiting patiently by the Mega, setting up a nice rail angle if the jump pad's taken, but it looks like psygib's going to take the opposite hallway. And a rail for his troubles. There's a rocket placed, misses with the rail, but there's the Dire Orb, there's the cutoff, and the Ghosthawk will be used, and psygib will win out on that Mega. So the aggressive play, baiting out the Ghosthawk, putting the pressure on, and Kilson has to oblige.
That was a brilliant push by psygib right there. Just orbing straight onto it, knowing that Kilson still had that railgun in his hand. Timed perfectly as well, forcing out the Ghosthawk just before Mega spawned. There we go, some nice railgun action as well. Kilson doesn't have the Ghosthawk yet, but can he push through the choke point? A little too dangerous. psygib wisely decides against it. He's starting to get into the swing of things, 40, and he doesn't want to give it up. Doesn't want to drop any unnecessary frags right now, so he's gonna stick to his guns, try to play the items for now.
Is he going to Dire Orb in for this Heavy? Kilson grabs the armor shard. That's actually going to make noise, and he's going to be able to go in. And there's the Dire Orb to play aggressive, and just like that, the Ghosthawk immediately popped.
Definitely seeing a bit of a pattern here, right? Kilson defensively hanging back with rail. psygib forcing out the fight, going in aggro with the orb, and then Kilson just popping the Ghosthawk and making himself invisible on the map once again. If this keeps up, psygib will tie up the game, because Kilson is not going to be able to continue evading him forever.
It's only a matter of time before psygib can break through this defense of Kilson here. The Tri-Bolt not quite landing. Ghosthawk in pocket. If things go horribly wrong, he will take a rail. Going up the jump pad, and there's going to be no item on this side for 13 seconds. So Kilson caught in a precarious position here as the Mega goes to psygib, and now he can take a sweet time to get around the map. Does have to make sure he gets back in time, and Kilson just using the sound keys to maybe deal damage and get out. There's a good rail, and just like that, he's out of there for the armor shard. And psygib gets what he wants too, but at the end of the day, Kilson maintaining this 1 frag lead, playing hyper defensive, setting the traps, doesn't get a ton of damage, but he wants to kill right here. This is it. There's the rocket jump, beautiful wall jump, and look at that Flea. Perfect execution, hits the initial damage to Ghostwalk follow-up and steals away the Mega. That was beautifully played by Kilson.
psygib just lost track of Kilson completely right there. Had no idea that the German player was set up underneath him, waiting in that hallway, and then rockets, combos. The aggressive push with the Ghostwalk. Really well played by Kilson. Nice rail. One more should do it. Ghostwalk has been used, and psygib heard that. He heard Kilson come out of the Ghostwalk. He needs to push this. There we go. Shoddy will clean it up. That's exactly what he needs to do. Force out the Ghostwalk, preferably without the orb, and then save it for the actual chase when he knows that Kilson doesn't have that trump card anymore.
Still a frag separating these two players here as the rail just missing out from psygib.
Oh.
Kilson does get himself another Mega. A little bit of rocket splash for psygib here as he's able to grab 25 to restore the health to max. But he wants this heavy, and he wants it now. Aggressive Ghostwalk play. There he is. He's behind you. There's the Dire Orb, and no, Kilson has it red this time. He's prepared, and he's able to punish appropriately, and that's going to extend the lead to 2. And now psygib wants a little bit more, but the LG is going to throw him back in the choke point in the blood pool, and psygib takes out psygib.
That aggressive Ghostwalk 40, that was genius. The reason that Kilson went for that is because he knew that psygib didn't have the right weapons yet. That is the main deciding factor in that one. All that psygib had was the railgun. Kilson knew that he didn't have rockets, didn't have LG, had nothing to take that fight with, and that is why he went in with the aggressive Ghostwalk. Otherwise, there's no way that he would do that. He rolled all to that ability and wait, keep it defensively, knowing that he is in the lead, but still, to go for that after that hard of a read, that's just absolutely brilliant, and why Kilson is one of the absolute best in the world.
Wow, and the machine gun actually gets that frag for psygib as Kilson a little bit loose on that play. Minute and 20, but he's positioned well off the spawn, grabs the rail, and now he's just defending this heavy. Is psygib going to make a dash for it? He doesn't have the Dire Orb. Shoulder peaks. He's able to get in on that heavy and actually gets some damage as Kilson strafes back into those plasma. So 3 frags, 1 minute, and psygib defragging his way to the Mega eventually here, a little bit early, and I think Kilson's more than happy to play defensive now with this 3 frag lead, Flea.
Yeah. He has the Ghostwalk up as well. Nice defensive rail. psygib has to take his time in the blood pool just to make sure he can tank another one. Kilson's sticking around. I like what he's doing. Not going full defensive just yet. Doesn't just press that panic button at the first sign of trouble, but holds his ground. Goes for a few more rails. And uses it only when he really has to.
Oh.
This is still possible.
Big shotgun blast. Yeah, he ran out of rockets. Shotgun was the optimal play there. Great rail off the spawn. Here's the chase. No Ghostwalk available for Kilson. So now this is actually danger territory. If psygib can just find the angle, he does have Dire Orb. The shotgun around the corner, is it going to be enough? And no, I think with that evasion, psygib will not be able to. There's just not enough time. Plants him, but that's it. 7-6, and that one was very, very close, Flea.
That absolutely could have been a comeback, because of course Nyx, right, doesn't have any armor to her name upon the respawn. She's a light, squishy champion. So once Kilson burns that Ghostwalk, sticks around to try and kind of take the fight right there, right? What happens then is, well, he drops 1 frag, respawns 44 seconds before he has his next Ghostwalk. If psygib can find him, then land the rail, which he did, and then chase him down, he would be in a really good position to at least tie up the game. But unfortunately, Kilson managed to outmaneuver him slightly, stay just out of his line of sight rather, and clutch it out in the end. So that guarantees the player representing Team Big Esports his win in this series.
Yeah, well deserved, but big shouts to psygib. Map number 2, extremely close. Yep. He had, I want to say, I took a quick look, 20+ major items in favor of psygib, but that just goes to show that Kilson can play around those items and just deal damage. He doesn't need to pick them up, and he could still walk away with a victory almost at Wilson. as Kilson just a championship play again. This one was a little bit close for comfort, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, he did what he needed to pull it out. 7-6 as we take a look at the summary and the stats here for Kilson versus psygib on map number 2. And we're still going to map number 3, and we are going to see that, I guess, unorthodox is a way to put it, Scale Bear pick on psygib's side on Awoken going up against the Blazkowicz for Kilson.
Just look at the damage though, the accuracy by Kilson. 55% LG, 59% rail. Man is on fire. And indeed, let's see if that will carry over into the final map for you. You said it yourself, Awoken, BJ versus Scale. And Scale on Awoken. That's something you almost never see, right? I said at the beginning, I had to do a double take and check if we weren't playing Ruins instead. But no, it is indeed Awoken. I'm looking at it right now in the game lobby. So I'm curious what psygib's battle plan is here, because this is a tricky map to maneuver Scale around on, right? There's a lot of places, bounce pads, ledges that go up, jumps that you have to make that will kill a lot of that speed and will make it difficult to make much use out of that bull rush. So I'm curious to see what his plan is here.
Yeah, very curious to see if he has a little bit of magic or if it was just maybe a comfort pick. Like, you know, hey, I have more stack off the spawn. I could throw my weight around a little bit more. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if it's going to be able to overcome whatever Kilson has in store, because Kilson's just playing so solid. I mean, we saw even when he's tested, he's just willing to play defensive, deal damage on the items, and he's still comfortable is maybe a strong word, but he's still firmly in control of the situation even when it looks like he's not. So Kilson playing at the championship level that we expect, but map number 3, you know, Scale Bear, the wild card. I'm sure Wheat's rolling his eyes. He's like, he sucks. This is going to be easy for Kilson, but I don't know. With Scale, you never know. The bull rush, the shoulder charge, it can make some magic. It can make some absolutely insane magic.
That hitbox, though, the size of it, that could be an issue, right? First, Kilson, ridiculous damage output. I think it was something like 47% on an Anarchy with the LG. On an Anarchy, map 2 on a medium champion, the Ranger, it was what, 55%? Now, with BJ dual-wielding the LG on a champion the size of Scale, I don't know about that 140. I'm expecting to see some huge damage numbers this time around.
Well, we might, as we are live on map number 3 between Kilson and psygib. And I guess it's so close to call that there are no predictions. A lot of people think it's just effortless. So we'll see. 0-0 is how we're going to start this one. Nothing too crazy in the first 10 seconds. No bull rush, no shenanigans, but a great rail there from Kilson. As the tri-bolt wards him off, he was going for a little bit more there, trying to keep the pressure on early. Again, does have to melt through a bit more of a stack playing against the Scale, but I think Kilson is up to the task here, Flea.
It may very well be. There's almost no delay between the items. Kilson setting up for heavy. Oh, psygib. Yeah, I think Kilson was like, oh, you're pretty far away from Mega. I think he was considering just going for a rocket jump through the doorway, trying to challenge his opponent near the Mega. But currently, psygib is definitely the one doing most of the damage here. Good rails, good tri-bolt, keeping Kilson at bay. And the German player is only at base stack right now, and psygib is looking a lot healthier than that.
Easy Mega for psygib there. Still has the bull rush in the pocket. Kilson just lying away with the T-Con. This could be a big opportunity for damage, but psygib doesn't even make it through the doorway to attempt the bull rush, so the rocket's warding him off before... Oh, from behind! Nice little 180 rail from psygib. That could have been real bad, as you saw all that damage come out immediately from the dual wield. Great rail follow-up from psygib, but Kilson hits one of his own as they trade items, and now Kilson has him dead to rights. What a rail there to take that first frag, and just really well played from Kilson.
These are just top-level plays. It's like that ghost walk on the previous map. Kilson timing his ability so perfectly just as he goes up the bounce pad. psygib with his back turned. 168 damage out of nowhere. Oh, both players are weak, but no! Kilson still ends up coming out on top, even though he is the one going up the bounce pad with less than 20 points of health. But psygib, look at these rockets. We know that rockets are his cherished weapon. And he's putting it to good use there as well.
Free LG for psygib as well, so he doesn't have to go all the way through. Gilson waiting. Good LG. Doesn't quite get the full float, but now he's stuck. The rockets are raining down. No bull rush. He's going to go up the jump pad, and that's going to cost him. And a little bit crazy there as he went all in for that mega, and it cost him.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either. You have the dual wield, sure, but going up the bounce pad like that, that's... You're always going to be at a huge disadvantage. Maybe Gilson figured that psygib had less stack than he really did, but still. psygib keeping it a close game. Mega's gonna be up in just 6 seconds. Gilson looking for a way in. psygib stepped back quite a bit, mistimes the bull rush. Needed to be a second earlier to secure the mega. What? Gilson just spinning around in circles, completely lost. Did psygib go through? Is it still there? What's up with this?
Where'd everybody go?
The frag. Yeah, just vanished.
Ooh, what a rail there. Down to 10 points of HP, and no! He clipped the wall with the plasma! It's too hot. Oh, psygib, please.
Tragic. Patient by Gilson. Knowing that psygib is probably going to re-peak that. But he was still lingering around. Connecting the shot as well, and now he's in prime position for the heavy. This is where it might all go wrong. So far, psygib has managed to put up a good fight, keeping it a close game, but now Gilson, for the first time, has got an uninterrupted and very nicely balanced spread between the items. He can run both heavy and mega, one after another. Like, look at how good of a situation Gilson is in right now, 40. He waited with picking up the mega because he still had over 140 points of health. He was like, why would I even pick this up now? I'm barely getting anything out of it.
I don't need this. I want to maximize everything, and he still is hitting everything, too. Getting the rail through the telly as psygib goes up the jump pad. Now he has to just run away. He is living off the armor shards, at the very least, which is nice. Does have the bull rush as well, but he's essentially been forced off of the map.
And that bull rush. What would you say it has added to psygib's game so far, 40? Because there's been 2 situations or so where he actually managed to make something good out of a bull rush, but usually it just ended with his doom rig. Oh my goodness, okay. Make that 3 situations. Damn, that was nice. A little lucky that it ended that way. Good rails though. Gilson in trouble, but so is psygib.
Oh, good defensive rocket. Is it enough? And it is! The LG follow-up. I think that 25 bubble saved his life. Gilson flies through the telly and the thread of the needle. psygib is right back in this one. And he has a heavy at his disposal as well. He's got the speed to get out of there. Bull rush back and locked and loaded. Doesn't get the damage he'd like off of that. Does concede the mega, but all in all, pretty good run here from psygib. What the hell just happened, Flea?
Yeah, that was a little strange. psygib was definitely expecting Gilson to fly back further after connecting the bull rush. That's why he switched to rail, but then Gilson just kind of got clipped against the wall and stayed right in front of him. And so psygib definitely didn't end up with the right weapon for that situation. Now, something to consider also, 40, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the player cams, but Gilson was visibly frustrated, let's put it that way, after that ring out. Let's see if that affects his game. I don't think it will. Gilson, you know, he's always the kind of player who shows how he's feeling about the game, both positively and when things aren't going quite as well. It doesn't really tend to affect the outcome in any meaningful way.
No, definitely not afraid to show emotion while he's playing, but I wouldn't necessarily say he's an emotional player, if that makes sense. Still makes the right decisions, still plays smart, and pushing in with that LG, the shotgun blast, not getting enough damage from psygib. 4 frag lead, 3 minutes left. Gilson looking good. He can fall back onto the mega, but not with that detour. Too much damage, too much pressure from psygib. So able to battle back and stay on top of at least some of these majors. 8 seconds until the heavy, and he only has a rail and rockets to work with and no bull rush. So this, if it comes down to a medium range fight, is not going to be in psygib's favor. He's going to go through and missing out with that rail. There's the dual wield rockets, and he's going to make a break for it. Gilson grabbing that heavy.
This keeps up like this, I think that DJ Wheat is going to feel vindicated, 40. We saw scale today and it did not pan out the way that psygib would have liked. Gilson, so commanding on the map right now, applying a ton of pressure.
Nice rocket. And oh, the rail from Gilson.
57% LG, 52% rail by Gilson. 20 items versus psygib's 9. And then, of course, more than 1,000 damage over his opponent. Gilson is just beating him out on every single data point.
Yeah, this, again, said it before in the set, but it's the Gilson show. There's a great rail, and now any turn that psygib takes is going to be the wrong one. The Tri-Bolt, the preferred weapon of choice for the situation for Gilson as he goes up 12-4 with 1.5 minutes, and psygib, yeah, just has to hang in there for another 1.5 minutes, but this is going to be brutal here. As Gilson looks to be taking this one 3-0, and like you said, DJ Wheat is probably smiling a little bit. I would like to start like a pool, and then that way when he loses a prediction, he has to cosplay a scale bearer, because I think that that would be fantastic. But we'll talk about that a little bit later here, so we still have 1 minute left in this one, map number 3 between psygib and Gilson. Again, the #1 ranked player in the Quake Pro League versus the player who unfortunately is at the bottom of the rankings. And unfortunately, bottom of the barrel right now as he gets absolutely trapped and buckshotted down for the 13th frag on Gilson's side.
And that map differential is only growing wider in Gilson's favor, 40. Before we got into this one, I said that he almost had twice the map differential of anyone else, rapha being the closest one to him. Well, after this series, he's done it. He's more than doubled the map win-loss ratio of literally anyone in the Quake Pro League, and that just shows how absolutely out of his mind Gilson has been playing this season. If anyone is a prime contender to just take home the entire season, it's him.
He's been a champion before, the 2-time. Looking for a third, maybe this season is the one. Looking strong, that's going to be it. 15-4 is going to be the final tally of this one. The set goes to Gilson 3-0. Congratulations, Gilson. And sorry to psygib for running into the Gilson train. Valiant effort, but yeah, that was just all Gilson, especially map number 3.
Absolutely. Map 2, I think, was the closest one, right? Gilson had to struggle the most to get his win right there. The Insomnia game, psygib played it excellently, made really good use of the orb, constant pressure being applied, forcing out the ghost walk on Gilson's end and trying to chase him down. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to get those final 2 frags on the board, but still, Gilson had to work for it. This was not an easy series, and I think that some people, they tend to forget that, 40. They look at these matchups and they're like, oh, well, this should be easy, right? Because this player is number 1, 2, 3 in the leaderboards, and the other is down there at 8th, 9th, 10th position. No. It ain't easy. All of these players deserve to be in the Quake Pro League because they are the best in the world. So every single map, time and time again, it's a clean blank slate and they have to go all out. So Gilson, well-deserved victory, but this absolutely was not a walk in the park, and psygib put up a commendable fight.
Completely agree. Nothing is promised here in the Quake Pro League. Everyone has to earn their keep. 15-4, the final score on map number 3 as we take a look at the summary stats as well. Big shouts to Gilson taking yet another 3-0 to add to his collection for this season.
Indeed, and what a collection it has become. If you look at his player cam, right, Gilson has got a lot of trophies on display behind him. Clearly, he wants to add some more to it for Season 3 of the Quake Pro League, because this man is on fire. Congratulations once again to Gilson, but we're far from done with the day, 40. We still have nosfa versus maxter, and then vengeur versus rapha coming up.
Yep, a lot of Quake has gone down, a lot of Quake 2 go down. 2 series left, those are the featured matches, and Papa Wheat is back from grabbing cigarettes and gambling, so he will join us, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we'll get into the featured matches shortly. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League, Week 12, and it's time to get into the featured matches. I am 40 Lions, joined by Flea, but Daddy's back, so why don't we bring back DJ Wheat as well? Welcome back, Papa. Hope you're well. It's great to have you back.
Hey, kiddos. It's great to be back, 40, Flea. It's awesome to be here. Everyone in chat, good to see you again. Great games, and excited just to be back in the swing of things. So I hope I haven't forgotten, how to do that.
You're going to be fine. I feel like you're a natural. I don't know. I just got this feeling about it.
Thanks.
You've been doing it for a while, so I'm sure you still remember the basics.
Yeah, they actually say it's kind of like riding a bike. Well, the fact of the matter is it is. It's basically like riding a bike. So, yeah.
So, the first featured match of the day is going to be nosfa versus maxter, the battle for South America. And, I mean, what can we say about these players? I feel like maxter and nosfa both had their kind of hot streak. Some of them, tapered off a little bit. And we're kind of in this weird position now where I don't really know what to make of nosfa's play. Like, it seems like he's kind of plateaued and stuck. Maxter a little bit better off, I feel like. In terms of the leaderboards, I forget exactly where they are, Flea. Maybe you could break that down for us. But why don't you give, some insights on these players for us?
Well, we got the leaderboards right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, look at that. Thanks, bro.
Wow.
Oh, they've already updated after the matches of today. So, yeah, indeed. We get maxter, 9th place, nosfa 10th. So really, really close. But do keep in mind, guys, the difference in games played. Maxter has played 7 matches, nosfa has played 9, and still Maxter has got more earnings, more points than him. That just shows that he's managed to achieve a higher level of consistency so far. Because nosfa, right, some of his games have been a little unusual in the sense that he takes down players like Awoken. Right, he's taken down dramiS, who has defeated in turn vengeur, RAISY, and rapha, but then he loses 3-0 to CNZ, 3-0 to Zeniku, right? So nosfa has been, in my opinion, very inconsistent, whereas maxter has been achieving just a higher level of consistency, even going down as far as beating vengeur.
It's hard to add, any more to what Flea just said, because I think that was a pretty solid breakdown. But I think actually 40, something you said in terms of players that can sometimes just get stuck, right? Like it doesn't seem like they're able to get better. It doesn't seem like they're necessarily getting worse. Maybe it looks like there's some inconsistencies. And I think this is pretty common for players that, right, need to find a way to break through to, whatever the next evolution is. And even players like Kilson and rapha have talked about this before. So, nosfa might be at that kind of point in this season of QPL, and we hope that he pushes through and gets out of there. I think maxter's always shown a level of sort of stoicness and consistency, and I kind of expect to see that today. So will we get kind of an unpredictable and sort of just balls to the wall nosfa today? Maybe we will, and I think that could make for a really good matchup.
Well, I hope whatever it is, it's a brawl, but let's take a look at the pick bands and see exactly what we have in store between these two. So taking a look, we're going to start off on Awoken, then we're going to head on over to Ruins. We're going to finish it off with Corrupted Keep and Flea. I mean, you've just been so good at it. Why don't you break down the champ picks for us?
Once again, 40, I will entertain you. Map 1, Awoken, we are getting maxter running the Strog versus nosfa on the Ranger. So fast, nimble champion with the crouch sliding and a peeker versus that dire orb supremacy. Now map 2, Ruins of Sarnath, we are getting Galena being played versus Visor. First time we're seeing Visor today, lots of information, and on map the size of Ruins, that works nicely, but so do those totems, because there's a lot of places to hide them and get that overstack going. And then lastly, Corrupted Keep. Death Knight, hello, that's a pleasant surprise. Not a champion we're used to seeing in the Quake Pro League, but if there's any map that is going to work well on, it will be Corrupted Keep versus Ison with that turret.
Agree. I just got to also throw out there, Pixelpode in chat said, maxter's also a very important role in the Quake community because of his posture. And that's just it. Like, his posture's immaculate and great. But everything that you said, Flea, right on. Excited to actually see the Corrupted Keep and the DK versus the Ison. Obviously, that burst potential there, but also some zoning potential over on nosfa's side. So everything else looks pretty straight up as far as the eye can see. So
then, Weed, if I were to ask you, who do you think is going to take this one? What do you think?
Yeah, so I'm, you know, I do think I tend to lean a little bit more in favor of Maxter for this matchup. I still think based off of the map picks and some of the champ picks that it would be a 2-1. I'm kind of putting some confidence, I think, into Maxter's DK play by saying that, but I'm just going to go ahead and say Maxter 2-1 here.
Maxter 2-1 Flea, how do you feel about it?
I mean, this is a very difficult one to call because if you look at their performances during the season, right, you tend to want to give it to Maxter, right? For the same reasons that Wheat also went over just now. But then if you look at their historical matches against each other, and I was surprised myself to see this again, nosfa has won every single match that they have played. They've met against each other 4 times, and nosfa won all 4 of them. The last one even 3-0. So when they go up against each other, nosfa tends to get the better of Maxter, even though Maxter generally performs better during the season itself. So that makes it very difficult to make an accurate prediction. So just to be a bit of a contrarian here, I am going to say nosfa 2-1. I want to see him continue that trend. I want to see him break through that ceiling, that plateau that he's been hitting this season. And I want to see him take the win today as much as I love my man Maxter.
Really glad you said that, Flea, because I'm looking at the predictions and 87% are in favor of Maxter, and I want that to be evened out a little more. So we'll see if people take your advice on the predictions, but I think personally I'm just going to go with history. I'm going to say nosfa's going to take this one 2-1. He just seems to have Maxter's number. He seems to be the daddy in this situation. I don't know any given Saturday, to be fair, but I just feel like historically, like you said, he's just always had what it takes to overcome Maxter.
Yeah, let's see how.
Yeah, guys. Okay, good.
Yeah, okay.
Thought I lagged out for a second there. That's fine. I'm
just mad that you predicted against me, 40, but it's okay. You know, like you chose violence this morning, and that's fine.
I did. I usually do. It's just because you hate scale bears so much. That's my angsty way of getting back at you, Dad.
I like that
we can actually get one-on-one and get real personal and just have Flea take a quick break if you want.
Okay.
We can take it there. Flea, adore you, but we'll see you in a little bit.
All right. See you in a moment.
All right, now that we're alone, you never supported me growing up. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, it's great to have you back, man. It's been a while.
Thanks,
the cast and crew missed you, chat missed you, so it's great to have you back, and I think this is going to be a great match to get you back into it.
I completely agree. I mean, both of our featured matches have something to offer here, whether it's these two are so close on the leaderboards and definitely able to kind of overcome one or the other or keep their spot. And then obviously the next matchup, vengeur versus rapha. I think that's probably a match that a lot of people have been excited about, especially given the back and forth that we've seen from some of our champions here in Season 3. So, yeah, I think this one should be good. You know, I think the map selection's good. I think the champion selection doesn't have anything too out of the ordinary. So, right, it's going to come down to that raw, unadulterated skill, decision-making, traps, all the good stuff.
Yeah, and it looks like the predictions did get boosted slightly. Like, nosfa's hovering around like just under 30% now. So, you know, Flea, he's kind of dictating the market, but it's really up to the players to decide who's going to take this one. Maxter, I'm sure he's looking to not repeat history today and wants to break through. This is kind of his end boss in the league as they have fought time and time again, and nosfa's just always come out on top. But today is a different day, and we'll see if it's Maxter's day, if he has the magic it takes to overcome that lightning in a bottle. DJ Wheat, why don't you take us away and welcome back once again.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. We're going to kick things off, taking a look through the eyes of nosfa as he is going to grab that heavy and rail in hand, immediately looking for some action here. First rail shot, and it's going to find absolutely nothing, 40, but it doesn't matter. Get that position, hold on to that middle where nosfa is going to want to be, likely. Perfect shot there on that beaker as it comes out a little bit earlier to get some information. And now we will have a fight over the heavy pretty soon. nosfa gets railed, and Maxter with the second rail to open up that first frag, but more importantly, open up the opportunity to get that heavy and maybe even, nope, he's not going to get the heavy, but he will get the mega.
Yeah, opts for the mega instead, puts the frag on the board, testing the rail early. Maxter not afraid, and neither is nosfa as he chases through the tellet. He gets sent for a swim.
Oh, no.
Oh, taking a dip with sync on that one.
I mean, 40, you know what, when you can just stop firing and watch your opponent fall into the void, that means you're pretty damn confident about your position in this map and game. And that's exactly what Maxter did. He hit that perfect rocket and then just watched the show. And he did follow up with another one. That's going to put him on the board at 3-0. Maxter looking really strong so far here in the opening moments.
Very strong, making a statement out of the gate here. Not even a minute 30 in, and he's 3 frags up. Slowing it down here, grabbing that lower armor shard. Good timing on that one, and now it's just a matter of which item do I want to try and attack. He might be waiting for some sound cues here to figure out where nosfa is. It's Heavy technically up first, Mega slowly behind. And it's just a matter of what's safer to Maxter. It looks like the Heavy is going to be the decision there. Does spot out nosfa, tries to go for a little bit of an LG tickle, but just not long enough to get that damage. But really liking the way Maxter's starting off this game, Wheat.
Yeah, I mean, Maxter's really putting some priority on just his mobility in general. He's been using Peeker more as a way to kind of get information and deal a little bit of damage here, but I do think that was a smart move to go ahead and go for the Heavy in that last rotation. We are going to have another set of major items hopping up here in a second. Once again, Maxter's like, cool, I'm going to take Heavy. I know you're going to get Mega. We got an LG fight down on the lower levels. Both players very, very low. Orb's going to be used to get out of there, and a rail does hit. Mega's back up, and nosfa with a kind of 5-head move there. He didn't pick up the Mega on the spawn, but was able to get it after that fight there, and that actually kind of kept him alive a little bit longer.
Wow, that rocket pop almost in the rail, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, using the items very, very well. Still trailing by 3, but nosfa needs to be careful. Okay, a little bit of a 180 flick there to take out that Peeker. There's the rocket jump up. Maxter hears it, wants to get away. Doesn't have best positioning. Almost hits a fantastic fadeaway rail.
Yeah, we're 3 minutes in. I think nosfa's made some really good decisions the last minute or so. He was able to keep the major items away from Maxter, which was kind of a nice swing for him. Still not able to capitalize with that first frag, and that's what he's looking for. There's a rocket jump up to the top. Orb seems like it comes out, and there is the rail for an impressive by Maxter. Both players so low, and Maxter is going to be able to want to get that by the skin of the teeth rail on that one, and that puts Maxter up 4-0. Can he get another one? Oh, he does. 5-0 on a conversion that nosfa is not going to be happy with.
And I love the fact that Maxter still didn't go for the highlight, 3 for 3, 4 for 4. He just swapped to the machine gun, said, I hit 2, I know he's weak, I just want the frag, and I want to extend this lead. So, smart heads-up play from Maxter. Even under pressure, making the right choices, and that's why this lead is 5-0, but nosfa trying to battle back in the Peeker. Get that out of here. No public display of that. nosfa's on the board with his first.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there's a whole lot that Maxter had in terms of options there, and nosfa was able to get out with that first frag. Now, he takes a lot of damage in that last exchange. That Mega's going to come right back up there, but unfortunately, oh no, he does orb up to the side, doesn't really have anywhere to go. The lightning gun of Maxter is trying to lock on, and it's just these hits they keep doing. Oh my god, Maxter still manages to get the frag despite the heavy pickup. I guess he denies it, but he's still down by 5. There it is off the spawn. He's able to get one, and we're back to a 4-point game.
And all things considered, I mean, he sacrificed a frag and he stole the heavy, but now nosfa's in a good position after that mega pickup after the respawn to maybe get back in on this. So I like the aggressive play from nosfa, keeping the pressure on, throwing his body at the problem, working out in his favor that time. But Maxter seems to have all of the answers. Still up by 4 halfway through this one. nosfa trying to battle back.
5-minute warning.
He's trying to, and we're halfway through this game. I think where it gets a little bit scary is clearly Maxter's shown us the quickness that exists. Hold on, we got to fight at Mega, and Maxter does go down. nosfa eats a rocket, but he still lands the rail. Could be able to get a conversion shot. No, 100 rocket, but it's not going to be enough to get the job done. nosfa knows how low he is. He's going to go in for it. Is he going to regret this decision? The machine gun's out. They will trade. So not too bad, but still down by 4. And as I mentioned, nosfa's got to be scary as we get to these, or got to be aware of when we get to these final moments. And of course, the speediness of Maxter could come into play. So that aggression is going to need to turn up a little bit more. If he could close that gap 40, that is going to be a big deal. Unfortunately, the orbs just have not been working out for nosfa the way that I think he would like them to.
I agree, and nosfa just seems to be running into non-stop damage from Maxter as the LG so strong. Good LG from below from nosfa here. Peeker's in hand as he makes his way over to the Mega and just So much damage coming out from these players. 61% rail for maxter, 43% LG in comparison to the 37 rail and 32 LG of nosfa. This dude hits hard right now. Wow, that hundo.
Yeah, nosfa in the danger zone yet again. He's got to be really careful here. He throws out the orb. It's just a decoy. Oh, the peeker comes out, immediately goes down with the direct rocket. And I like what maxter's doing here, holding on to that position. We're gonna have a rocket jump. nosfa up to that mega, and the rail will take him out 4 to 10. And it's starting to get further and further away from nosfa here in this first game. You mentioned damage, 40, and almost 1,000 points of extra damage coming out by maxter here in this matchup. And it is clearly seen in that scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, items pretty even. 8 to 6 in terms of heavies, 7 to 6 in terms of megas, but maxter is just hitting so much harder than nosfa right now. He's looking to change history. He doesn't want to lose another time against nosfa, and this is the start you'd want as that shotgun lands 13 to 4 in favor of maxter with no signs of stopping on map number 1.
I'm not sure that I've seen a single orb come out that has either A, resulted in a kill, or B, just resulted in some sort of advantage over your opponent, right? And when you look at kind of what maxter is doing with Strogg and Peeker right now, again, Peeker is not being utilized necessarily as a very offensive, nice bounce. The rail follow-up, but nosfa gets a pixel of his own, 5 to 13. So I just feel like in terms of the champion duel that's happening here, maxter's winning that one. There's another one. That was a pretty good orb for the position. Going to get himself another frag. Can nosfa do it? 2 minutes. There's still time. 40.
Oh,
no,
my
there's
God.
Not. No, there's not. No, there's not.
Shut that down immediately. There's no time for anything. As maxter's like, you stop that right now. nosfa has been an absolute monster at coming back on Awoken, even in OT games. But I don't think this is going to be one of those times, unfortunately for him. No. Maxter just seems too strong.
Yeah, and I think just that momentum, he was able to kind of pick it up in that middle of the match and then never really put it down. Almost 10 frag game at this point, and in the last 90 seconds, both players probably going to be thinking a little bit about what is going to happen in this next map on Ruins. So again, I break this one down. maxter definitely feel like his aim was on point. He's hitting his shots. From a champion perspective, Orb did not do much. Peeker did a lot more. Hey, there you go.
That one was for you, Wheat.
There we go. All right, well, just scratch all that, you know. But yeah, maxter just played exactly how he needed to play this game, and nosfa wasn't able to answer.
Dancing around, can't quite get away, so nosfa's going to add a little bit more before we clock this one in as officially over. Trading places, and maxter, well-placed rocket there as nosfa was about to land back on the jump pad. And for those that care, that want to keep track at home, nosfa's playing on 130, maxter at about 90 ping. Because somebody inevitably is like, that's why they're losing, Wheat. So I like to, make them feel at home and welcome as well.
Right.
Oh, maxter's got rails for days.
Yeah, he has just been shutting it down. He's going to end this one with a 64% rail. One thing that's really interesting to look at is the major pickups. 11 heavies for nosfa, 12 megas. But with maxter doing 5,900 damage, he had a fraction of what nosfa had in terms of major item pickups. 7 and 6 on heavy and mega, respectfully. So it all came down to aim. It all came down to the position and hitting those shots. And maxter clearly the winner there.
Yeah, pretty strong opening statement there from maxter. Again, as Flea mentioned, in the past it's been the nosfa show between these two, and maxter looking to change that, rewrite a little bit of history. And that's a strong start, taking that first map 17-9 as we take a look at the highlights. nosfa did seem to warm up a little bit near the end there, so maybe some silver linings, but what you said about kind of the ability, like return on investment, that one, sure, he got a couple, I'd say maybe 3 or 4 in total, but he used a lot of dire orbs that just didn't benefit at all.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember back, but the very first peeker that came out in the first, 10, 15 seconds, like, obviously it was not meant to try to kill the opponent. It was just like, where is my opponent and what do I do next, right? And that moment, I think, just pretty much set maxter on a path to, pick up those first 3 frags and then just kind of run away with it. Still a good game, and we're going to be moving on to Ruins now, where we're going to have the Visor versus Galena. And, things could absolutely change here on this one, but I'm pretty satisfied with that, given my prediction. I don't know how you're feeling about that right now.
I feel pretty great. I mean, sure. Not too bad. I am excited to see Visor versus Galena on Ruins. We'll see if nosfa has the foresight to take this map with a game plan that he's been preparing for a while. Knowing that, I mean, in the past he's always won, I'm sure that, losing map number 1's kind of like maybe a wake-up call a little bit, like, hey, what's happening here? I can usually do this, so I'm sure he's got a little something up his sleeve, but I'm just eyeballing Corrupted Keep, man. DK versus Arisen. I know we're going to get to it eventually, but as a decider, it would be even more juicy, so that's what I'm hoping for. I hope nosfa's got a little something for us on Ruins.
I think so. I think if nosfa's really going to be serious about this one, the most important thing is just going to be that totem management, right? Got to be keeping track of where maxter's dropping them, got to be clearing them out. Flea mentioned it earlier, like Ruins is... There's no better place that Galena likes to be. There's so many little hidey places around there. So that will be important, right? Having Piercing Sight is going to help him at least with potentially regaining control over major items, setting up traps as well. And the rail is obviously, I'm guessing, similar to last game, going to be very important in this, especially, I guess from both sides, really. But the big thing for me is just going to be how's nosfa handling those totems, making sure that he doesn't get into a fight where overstack's active, and there's not a whole lot he's going to be able to do.
We'll see. Totem management is key, especially in a map this big where you do have to kind of take time in between the majors to traverse the map. Make sure that you handle those totems, otherwise it could be real bad. But we're going to get into map number 2 here as we are getting into Ruins. And we'll see. Does nosfa have what it takes to send us to a map 3 as the decider? We're live between nosfa maxter, starting off on nosfa, and he's got rocket spawn and that mega. Not popping the vision quite yet, knowing exactly where maxter is. And that might prove to be key here if he gets some good damage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it always happens. A little trade there. First totem found, eliminated. So, gonna be trying to stay on that. Now, I think that compared to the last game 40, we're definitely gonna have a bit of a slower pace. Things might pick up right after a frag to see if there's any sort of quick conversion, but nosfa is going to grab himself the heavy, and obviously they're just gonna switch up here, but I think it was a wise move for nosfa. He's gonna, again, clear out another totem, so he's thinking about this. Clearly, he's in the right headspace to make something happen here, and I'm excited to see this first battle.
Rails exchange there. There's the vision. Is he going to push in off of this? And he wants a little piece of maxter here, trying to figure out exactly where maxter's going to commit to, but instead he's like, you know what, heavy's coming up, no big deal.
And he grabs it. So again, slow. There's the first rail coming out from nosfa. He sees maxter drop down, or maybe he didn't. I'm not sure. Turns around, another totem taken out. Looking for those exit portals. Maxter, surprise rail from the back. nosfa thinking about potentially fighting this one. He's going to pop vision, and he sees exactly where his opponent is. Rocket jump up to the top the rail, but the rocket to the face, and maxter picks up a first frag on what I would definitely call a pretty risky move. Oh,
and he does it again!
Steal! That's game confidence right there, 40.
Oh my god, Baxter!
Wow. Just got to let it breathe a little bit, 40, I think. Like, that was such a quick 3 frags for maxter right there. 2 rocket jumps that absolutely were very risky. nosfa does finally bring it back. We're 2 minutes in. He grabs 1, which is good. I think that getting that frag was certainly important because that had to be a little bit demoralizing, especially on 2 with those popped rocket jumps. Nicely done by maxter, but nosfa is on the board.
Yeah, good job to stop the bleeding because maxter was just going to keep making magic happen. And he just seems to get all these highlights on Ruins. I'm starting to think that people should wonder, think about banning this map against maxter. But it's still a long time to play here as the rocket will land into the pillar. Not exactly where nosfa wanted, but the second one is beautiful into the rail. Very well done there. Again, keeping pace on it, not letting it get out of control. He's only down by 1. He's trying to hunt, make sure the LG's not free. maxter forcing, trying to hit that rail, but eats 100 damage rocket. So nosfa right back into this one.
That was a toe rocket, 40. I mean, that did not look like it was going to do full damage. And look at that, up the jump pad, the rocket to the rail combo, 3-3, and in a position where he could absolutely convert here. He does not have vision. Obviously, that was just up, but he's going to grab the mega. And he's in a good spot right now. Nice stack if he can get a rail. There's the first one over by that light armor. Going to try to finish things up here with the machine gun. He's got maxter trapped in the back. He should absolutely be able to get this frag, and he does. Relying on the rail to get the killing blow. And then over near the heavy, big LG damage. Oh, he can't clean it up, 40. Just a 25 left on maxter, and that is so unfortunate. I'm sure nosfa would have loved to have a 2-frag advantage here in this game.
Oh, and he almost gets another attempt at it as he drops down for the rail, but nosfa doing a great job of turning the tides in his favor. There's the vision, and he says, maxter, you think you're smarter, but I'm visor. As he gets great damage, and maxter hanging on by a thread. Can nosfa find a little bit of chip? Oh, it's just missing out. Machine gun, please. But he's going to deny this armor shard. And he's going to make it back to the heavy. And he's going to keep map control. He just spotted out. Oh! And that's it. That was enough to plan him.
Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, I love it. Kind of the double check there. He saw him right out of the corner of his eye. He peeked back, landed the perfect rail. And then look at this monster. We have a Jekyll and Hyde situation here, 40, where suddenly the monster has come out on nosfa's side, and he has suddenly turned this game that he was down 3 by into a 7-frag run to give him the 4-point lead. And you asked for that potential tiebreaker on the next map, and 40, your wish may be granted.
I think it's going to happen. I believe in the magic, as nosfa he's heated up. And he's serving it up hot and fresh here, catching out. maxter just missing out on that damage. He was willing to go rail the rocket on that one, Wheat. That's how confident nosfa is right now.
He deserves that confidence, honestly, in this game so far. We're halfway through this game. He's got that 4-frag lead. It's by no means over, and he's still got to be playing with full caution here, of course, especially after the last game. maxter's someone who can turn the tables in a second, just like he did there down by the heavy. He steals away that rail, and that's going to be a big blow for nosfa. He's going to have to figure out how he's going to be able to sneak in there and grab it, because maxter's on the hunt. Rail coming out. First one misses. Some machine gun damage does land onto maxter, and nosfa trying to just slow down and take a breath here as the heavy is going to be up. Is maxter going to go in for it? Rockets raining down. There's the vision to try to get it. 1, 2, 3 rockets connect. Not a whole lot of damage. nosfa's got to get out there and be careful. He knows what his opponent's capable of with the rocket jump up to mega.
And maxter almost. He was waiting for the double back, and just the timing of it all. nosfa will get away, but he's still so weak. He's still railable.
Yeah, and that's a scary place to be. There he's back up, but no armor stack at all. He wants to protect and hold on. Oh, one totem taken out. The face. Oh no! That totem is the hero of the game, 40. Oh my God, maxter's still down by 2, but that was a huge rail and frag for maxter.
Yeah, totem MVP. As maxter takes advantage of that. nosfa really wants that rocket. It's going to disappear right in front of him. A bit of an oasis there. As he does have a rail, nice shot. Nice fancy footwork here, avoiding more damage as he grabs that armor shard. So heavy will go to maxter, but positioning here for nosfa. And look at that, just flying up the stairs, and there's the rocket jump again. The rail will land this time, and nosfa will survive another onslaught from maxter, but keeping nosfa On his toes, Maxter with these rocket jumps, just not afraid to be aggressive and get in his face.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to watch, but definitely a little scary because it can be risky. I mean, in most of the cases, he's sort of surprised nosfa, and we are going to have heavy going to Maxter's side. Neither player with a huge stack, which is a little bit odd considering that one of them has typically had a better stack throughout the game. We'll see how this one is going to play out, but I think with 2 minutes left, it's still within the realm of possibility that Maxter is able to find two and bring it back. He might have to accelerate his speed just a little bit. You're going to try to go after nosfa. First missed rail, immediately going to turn around, knows that heavy is about up, and he'll grab that, and this is going to be the golden 2 minutes here. As he needs to get these two frags to at least tie it up.
Another great rail after a rocket jump. Maxter paying the price, but all in all wins the positioning on the major. So net victory for Maxter, even though it's so risky. Full clinch every time he rocket jumps up, but you know, if it works, sure, why not? nosfa hanging on by 100 HP in a single armor point. Trying to hug the ropes for 1:20, but he can't. Gets caught at the eyeball. Maxter melts him with plenty of time to get the second frag he needs to tie it at 7.
That's real bad. Less than, well, about a minute and a half, less than a minute and a half left to go. He grabbed the heavy, and I think is going to be able to grab the mega here as well, and there it is. So suddenly, nosfa not only losing that frag, but oh no, the LGs, he drops down to the rocket. I saw it like in slow motion. 40 were tied up 7-7, but Maxter, no armor stacks. Got to be careful here. He's going to probably keep on trying to deny that rail from nosfa, which I think is just the smartest thing that he could do right now. The rocket jump up to the top to get position for that mega. And will we take it to overtime, or is Maxter going to bring this one back?
Maxter just wants to end this. He wants to win this 2-0, taking us to the third for a potential 3-0 to shatter what used to happen in the past in the history books as nosfa backed up into a huge rocket into rail with 15 seconds. That could have been the two-piece that puts Maxter over, as he's really putting the no in nosfa in his plea for a third map as a decider.
Wow, wow, wow. That looks like it is going to be it. I mean, caught underneath that column, that perfect 100 HP rocket into the rail in the corner. And I mean, imagine even if that rail hadn't hit, you know, nosfa is going to find himself in a position where, you know, what do you do from that point? You go back to the light armor, you try to bring it back. I mean, I think once Maxter knew I've got him in this corner, I think that was the key to just take it into the next gear and go for it. Really unfortunate, though, because you think about that 7 frag rally that nosfa had after a 3 frag lead from Maxter, and that was awesome. I thought for certain he was going to take it, but we mentioned, like, especially on Ruins, even 6 minutes in, that 4 frag lead doesn't mean a whole lot, and Maxter just proved why.
Yeah, absolutely insane play from Maxter. Just very aggressive, but at the right times, taking those risks, making them count. And there's that play that you were talking about that put him over the edge. Even after that 100 damage rocket, there was really nowhere nosfa could go. It's just a matter of time. That was going to be the last frag, the last battle of the game, and Maxter had him dead to rights. So he takes map number 2, 8-7. He takes the set 2-0 as we are going to get into the third. And it is going to be DK and Eisen, but I mean, I can't help but feel like a little less is on the line. Maxter playing for the 3-0, which he would love, but I would have loved to see it as a decider. But Maxter's just too strong. He denies us the ability to see this one as a decider.
Yeah, and you know, we got an exciting game of Quake out of it regardless. So I still think this is going to be a good high pitch, you know, or high energy match. But yeah, it is too bad. It's too bad. I'm not that sad about it. It just would have been nice to take that drama all the way to game number 3. But let's see what happens between this DK. I mean, frankly, the way Maxter's been playing, right? The aggression he's shown, the rocket jumps, etc. Give us that version of the DK, and I'm gonna be loving it. So,
yeah, I totally agree. And a credit to where credit's due. Maxter has broken the curse. He got over the hump. He beat his end boss.
He did.
Working on the 3-0. That would be quite the way to overcome the end boss. So we'll see. nosfa still has something hopefully left in the tank that he could show us. A 2-1 wouldn't be all bad, but Maxter's smelling that 3-0 for sure.
Yeah, he's and I'm sure, you know, would gladly take that one. We mentioned that Maxter's in a number 9 spot with nosfa number 10. It means that Maxter will definitely hold on to that spot. Whether he moves up a rank, we'd have to look at the overall scores. But yeah, 3-0 would be a nice victory, as you and Flea both mentioned. You know, this is something historically hasn't happened before. Definitely a nice little barrier to break through.
Definitely, for sure. Maxter, 71% predicting his victory and his 3-0 here, which, based on the performance of the first 2 maps, you can't even be angry at it. At this point, it's all nosfa to just kind of make an upset happen on map number 3.
Yes, and I would not be unhappy to see that. So we are live now on Corrupted Keep, and we're going to be kicking things off through the eyes of nosfa. Has that Eisen in hand. And I think the DK is definitely something we're going to be keeping an eye on. There we see flames coming out right away. nosfa does do some damage. Maxter with a little bit of his own as well. Has to be careful here. Oh my gosh. Pinned to the wall. Maxter first frag. Even a rocket off the spawn. And Maxter's looking good so far in the first 30 seconds.
Just so worried about his safety. Is Eisen, actually, Timmy popping off a little bit. For nosfa there, Maxter making a safe passage to the heavy, grabbing those vials, and he's going to have that flame strike back, which could be absolutely brutal. On the previous one, it didn't actually look like he caught him on fire, so it just did the burst damage.
Right.
But not the tick damage, which that is one of the biggest pain points here. You get hit by that flame strike and start burning down, it's over, because it tracks you just like Sorlac spit. There it is. Needs to be careful, needs to have fancy footwork here and not get caught. And it looks like, again, he's just dodging these things pretty well. Wheaton, there it is. What a frag from nosfa.
Yeah, double back didn't work out for Maxter right there. nosfa capitalizes, ties this game back up, and we're going to be looking through his eyes again. And so far, burst potential. Oh, through the teleporter. Oh, my God. Gets stuck to the wall a little bit more. Both players very, very even. So close. Rocket almost hitting. Machine gun damage coming out. And nosfa does grab it, but he's got to be careful off the spawn. A long time until Mega does grab the 225s right next door. And another 100 damage rocket. These guys are just brawling.
Love it. And a beautifully placed rocket there using the map to his advantage to get the splash damage, get the frag. Maxter almost hits another one as nosfa skips over that one. A little bit of hopscotch. Maxter just waiting around the corner. A little bit of a tickle here. nosfa does have Timmy to deploy if he wants some extra firepower here.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know exactly how he's necessarily using it right now. Oh, there the flames come out, and he's on fire. Just not the way that he'd like to be. Does manage to get rid of that. And Maxter on the chase yet again as we're tied 2-2. There we have the rockets hitting again. And Maxter down to 14. nosfa finally cleans it up. Maxter gave a single clap and shook his head no.
Oh, playing in the fire. He gets the Mega, gets the frag.
Oh, no.
Wow, what a play.
Was burning down. 2 minutes and 25, or actually almost 3 minutes now, 40. And it's just a lot of action both ways. These players are just like, nope, I'm going to throw a hardier punch than you are. And the double barrel shotgun is going to do that right there again for Maxter. As we now have a 1-point game. nosfa still in the lead. Can he hold on to it? He wasn't able to in game 2, but he's going to try here in game 3.
Wow, just so much damage as nosfa just peppering with the nail gun. And yeah, I mean, this is a boxing match, but it's just haymakers for days right now. And nosfa's on fire, and he's going to get burned down. Doesn't even make it to the health in the boneyard. Maxter very weak. nosfa looking for the refrag. Needs to be careful not to overcommit, though. Mega is up shortly. There's the Timmy deployed. He's going to reposition and fight from down below. And he is going to ward off Maxter, it appears.
That tie did not necessarily change how these two were playing at all. Just kind of still going for it. The heavy's going to be picked up by nosfa as maxter still on the hunt. Main room, we do have Flame Strike come out, but nosfa with another easy frag. And he picks that up to give himself another 1-point lead.
Repositions the Timmy right behind the lightning gun. Very dangerous spot to get caught out in, especially with, you know, a turret there. It's an absolute nightmare. So I like that play from nosfa. Has timing on the Mega perfectly and can make it back to the heavy. Spots out maxter, has both majors and should have all the information. And this is his Night of the Roxbury. Little bit of a pop-off from Timmy, just 15 damage, but more importantly, maxter is stuck.
Yeah, and he does go down. nosfa kind of ducking into the back room, but then immediately coming back off to finish him off. 6-4 now. Both of our major items about to be up, but nosfa happy for this little parade of maxter that keeps coming towards him. As long as he keeps hitting that damage, he should be able to keep on grabbing those frags. So is the 3-0 out of sight? Not necessarily. There's still half a game left to go, and at the pace that these two players are running, yes, they will both be out of breath by the end, but I don't not think that they are going to let up at all, as nosfa leads by 3, exactly what we saw in the previous game.
Absolutely love to see it. The Flame Strike comes out. Mega deals with that immediately, so no burning for nosfa here. Does need to try and make a break for it, but he can't. So he does concede the heavy instead, opting for the armor shard, which is the safer play, but more importantly, he's running out of LG. Shit sells weed, and he goes up the jump pad. 2 hondos! Oh, but the shotgun's quicker from maxter, but that could have been quite the play there. Very close to getting the Hail Mary frag.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, look at maxter's health, right? Like, if he hadn't hit those 2, that would have been a real dangerous frag for nosfa, right? That was a lot of LG damage. Those 2 direct rockets absolutely helped him out in that situation. He still has the lead, but that could have been real bad if those rockets hadn't hit. So I'm sure he's at least a little bit thankful that he was able to connect with those. Less than 4 minutes left to go. maxter still trying to pull something together here to make it happen, as he's in the back hallways being very patient. He's moved up, LG out again, throws out the nukes, not going to do enough, and nosfa capitalizes on what did not work out for maxter.
I'm just wondering if nosfa can hit anything but direct rockets.
Yeah.
This guy's serving up dunks right now. It is absolutely insane. And here's the play from nosfa to make sure that the, you know, positioning of maxter is punished yet again as he's stuck behind the statue at LG. A little bit of LG battle here. maxter turning it around, though. nosfa has to be careful, and he's going to escape, and somehow one stray bullet finds maxter, but nosfa's real weak.
That was nice. It was a good commitment to the kill. Picked up the 2 25s there right afterwards in the red room. Nicely done. 3 minutes left to go. nosfa trying to bring it back further and further. Once again, maxter finds himself behind the head of the demon statue and is like, God, why do I keep ending up here? This time, nosfa doesn't necessarily have the ability to capitalize on that. So trying to sneak around, setting up a little trap. This time, LG nosfa's hit. He turns him down with that electricity. 5 frag lead now, and nosfa looks like he is getting closer and closer to securing victory here in map number 3.
Definitely looking strong, not giving up the items, doing all of the damage he needs to do, but now he's getting floated. maxter just like that. Right back into this as he claims his first comeback frag in the boneyard. Still down 4, catches him out. Shotgun blast from maxter, reigns supreme. maxter a little bit weak, but he's trying to get this mega. If he can, he could string together some more damage and potentially get back in on this with 2 minutes. Danger, danger, danger for nosfa.
Danger indeed. nosfa's going to grab that heavy. It's going to put him in a good spot here. Now he goes into turtle mode. Back hallway, just kind of chilling a little bit. maxter running around. Knows probably exactly where he's at. There he's going to go in for it. 1 rocket fired does not do anything. And he pretty much has a chance here. Coming around from the side. Does manage to do a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot. nosfa now running, not sure where maxter is. He does hit some defensive rockets. That's going to help out a ton now behind. We got the flames coming out. He's going to grab that mega. Beautiful shotgun jumping over the top. And now he has about a minute, 20 seconds to try to make it happen. Sees his opponent over by the heavy, shotgun in hand. LG out for maxter, and he makes it a 1-frag game. No! Are we going to see a repeat of history from game number 2? 1 minute for maxter to make the dream happen.
Maxter, how much magic do you have, sir? It's the LG not landing, and now maxter has to be careful. He is going to grab the mega for free. nosfa just trying to hang on for dear life. Only has rockets to work with. A little bit of nail and shotgun as well. Here comes the flame strike. Here comes maxter. nosfa's trapped. Can't really get away. Now it's a game of ring around the rosy. There's the shotgun. nosfa's so weak, and maxter, he's weak too. He doesn't want to chase. He doesn't want to gamble it. He wants to use this 30 seconds to try and get at least one more mega, potentially. Tribolt doing some good damage, pushing him forward. The shotgun, 2 HP, down to 27 after a pickup. He's got an armor shard, but he's only got 20 seconds to chase. He hears it, and he gets it! Timmy almost takes him out. We're tied at 10, but maxter is so weak. DJ Wheat, what does he do?
Well, he grabs that 25 and the heavy. That might secure him at least overtime at this point, but maxter's been so patient in that last minute, and that's what allowed him to finally get that frag. Sudden death is declared, and we're now up 10 apiece, and it's coming down to the wire. This wasn't the decider map 40, but it is still exciting nonetheless.
Oh no, big damage from around the corner, unreturned from nosfa. He does deploy the Timmy for a little bit of insurance if maxter were to push in, but instead just flame strikes, backs away, and more importantly, grabs those vials available to him to get the flame strike back for the next fight. nosfa caught in a bad way here.
Yeah, LG did come out through the teleporter. maxter took some damage. Those defensive rockets from nosfa have continued to be good, but the vials picked up yet again for maxter. Means he's going to have another nuke coming out here. Sees his opponent on the bridge, fires a rocket. nosfa decides to double back and now heading over towards that mega. Flames come out, and nosfa is low, but it looks like might live to see another day. Both of our majors are up, but nosfa nowhere near that heavy. Is he going to retreat back? maxter's at the top of the statue, and it looks like he will.
Comes back for more. LG on LG. maxter's ready. A little bit of rocket damage around the corner. nosfa's lands, but then a direct in retaliation. That's going to send nosfa packing. maxter heard Timmy deployed at rocket. Still needs to be careful not to back up into a dangerous situation. He's down to 90 HP, no armor, making his way to the heavy, but that's not it. The items are flipped in maxter's head.
They are. The mega got picked up. nosfa now, look at him barreling towards that major item. LG's coming out. Oh, maxter down to 40. Turret comes out, and nosfa sees it, goes in for the LG grab and gets it. And he does manage to bring a game his way. A 1-point game. 2 in a row, actually. Very, very exciting conclusion to the overall series. Despite the fact that maxter took it in game 2, that was such a treat. We should bring Flea in and see his thoughts on this perfectly predicted match by DJ Wheat.
Well done, Wheat, well done. Yeah, that was an interesting one. One of the highest flying games of the day. Our boys sure brought that South American heat to the Quake Pro League. Guess what a matchup it was. So we started it off. Wheat, I think you made some very good points that the orb being used by nosfa playing Ranger on Awoken just really wasn't working out for him all that well. For the first half of the game, even more than that, it really seemed like he never got much of value out of it, whereas the Strock and the Beaker were just constant threats. Now map 2 was a lot more balanced. nosfa making really good use of his ability this time around, getting so much information out of the visor, and then at one point he was 4 frags up or so, but then it all started falling apart, slipping out from in between his fingers, and then maxter managed to make a huge comeback in the end with some really good LG fights, proving just how good his aim can be. And then that final map, it was an interesting one because it felt like for so much of what I was watching, it seemed like maxter was getting all the flashy plays. He was making everything happen with that flame strike, whereas the Timmy and the turret just didn't see that much action or wasn't that impactful. But then at one point it just flipped, and all of a sudden nosfa started stringing together frags. But again, kind of the same situation started happening towards the end. Frags slipping out from underneath him until it was a tied game. And then 40 heads. The most insightful comment there going, well, the items are flipped in his head, and that was a critical mistake on Maxter's end. Maxter really did think that Heavy was about to spawn when it was actually Mega, and so he was just sitting around waiting. And by the time he realized this mistake, nosfa had already picked up the Mega and was rushing towards him across the map to secure Heavy as well, and that just spelled disaster. So really good series. I'm happy to see that Maxter managed to buck the trend and finally get a win over nosfa, but still, nosfa, the Brazilian, put up a really good fight in maps 2 and 3.
Incredibly close set. I mean, like you said, Maxter is able to kind of say, you know, history's not going to repeat itself, but nosfa was so close. As we mentioned, that 7-frag run on Ruins looked unstoppable. Maxter just had that magic to make it happen. Almost did it on the third map, but nosfa was just like, I'm done with this. Enough is enough.
Yeah, in other news, nosfa's rocket launcher is going to be joining the QPL next season, so be looking forward to that. I mean, honestly, nosfa's rockets, both offensively and defensively, were so spectacular this entire match. But I mean, Maxter was consistent through and through. So nicely done. Even the final map was just phenomenal, considering that it had already been decided. But that was a great one to see, and boy, am I excited for the next one.
Ooh, yeah, that was just the first featured match. That's a bit of an appetizer. We have a whole meal coming up. It's going to be vengeur versus rapha. It's going to be some Italian meatballs, a little bit of sausage. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the last featured match of the day. Don't go anywhere. And so that's how a bill becomes a law. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League Week 12. I am 40 Lines, joined by the one and only Flea and the legendary DJ Wheat. We just saw the first featured match go down, and boys, this is a big one. We got vengeur, we got Rapha coming up. Wheat, why don't you tell me exactly how you feel about this?
I mean, I feel anxious, excited, full of anticipation. I think when you look at the scope of QPL across Season 3, the fact that we were going to have both regions just going head-to-head throughout the entire season, once that was announced, one of the first matches that immediately came to people's mind was like, oh, that means we're going to see vengeur taking on Rapha, right? Two clear champions, each with their own story, their own legacy, and that's exciting no matter how you frame it. So, I think the thing that is most, confusing is like, who do you even... Like, how do you even call this one? I have no idea. Both of these players have shown their strengths. They've shown their weaknesses. And, at one point, Rapha may have seemed like the unstoppable force. And we're going to talk a little bit about what may happen during picks and bans here. But it couldn't be more of a toss-up right now.
Yeah, indeed, Rapha so far has dropped 2 series during just the normal weekly stage, which is very unusual for him. He's lost to both dramiS and Kilson, whereas vengeur is also doing quite well for himself. So Rapha has a record of 7 wins, 2 losses, vengeur 6-3, putting Rapha in the 2nd place of the leaderboards and vengeur in 4th. So definitely 2 of the very blessed players in the league right now going head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, this match has everything that you would ever want, right? You have the titan of the game, the most decorated, the most winning player going up against the up-and-comer who's proven that he's the best, the reigning champion right now, and they're going to go toe-to-toe, and this is just a weekly during the regular season. It's absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to get into it, and I think we could paint a better picture of what's going to go down if we take a look at the pick and bans. So, Blood Covenant, Corrupted Keep, Ruins, Wheat or Flea, whoever wants to break down the champs, feel free, because this one is just going to be an absolute brawl, and I cannot wait.
Wheat, you take it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that one of the most sort of glaring things about this is that vengeur appears to have focused his champion picks on champions that Rapha typically favors when he plays, right? The Athena, the Ranger, the Scale, all coming out, putting Rapha on the Anarchy, the Strogg, and the Sorlag. I love the map selections that we've got here. I think Blood Covenant and Corrupted Keep both represent pretty high-paced games, especially given the champs we have. And then Ruins, I think, is absolutely a toss-up. But that's the thing that I think sticks out to me the most. I'm not sure if that was a part of vengeur's strategy. I think when you're playing at this level, you obviously have the champions that you favor, but you're still pretty damn good across the board. So, I don't know, Flea, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you there. I also like the progression, right? We start with 2 lights, then we move to 2 mediums, and then we finish on 2 heavies. It's very nice and symmetrical. So no stack advantage or stack disadvantage going into this series. And you're very right, Wheat. It's interesting to see that vengeur, for example, starts off by picking Athena for himself, because we know that that is Rapha's preferred champion on Blood Covenant, and he's so good with it. So he's trying to counter with Anarchy, another fast and mobile champion. Then Corrupted Keep, Ranger versus Strogg, 2 also very meta picks. And then lastly on the Ruins, we're going to see the Scale Bearer. We know what vengeur is capable of with that champion on this map. Wheat, I know that you are, of course, going to be a little skeptical about Scale. Maybe even favor the Sorlag, but that should still be a very close matchup.
Yep.
So then, predictions, boys? How do we feel about this one?
Wow.
I know, it's a hard one.
It's so hard. Vengeur has maybe had a pretty, not the greatest start here in Season 3, but there's no doubt he's been picking it up. I think Rapha is teetered a little bit. It's my understanding he's kind of back home now. Maybe that's going to help him be in that perfect spot that he's been in so many times when he's kind of dominated throughout the season. But yeah, I don't even know if I want to throw it out there. I really don't know. I would just rather see it unfold. So I'm just gonna take that stance. I'm pleading the fifth on this one.
That's fair. Flea, are you gonna go EU?
I'm gonna go EU. I went with NA before. I got burned so far. North America has lost 2 out of the 2 matches in which they played EU today. So I'm on the vengeur train right now, and I'm gonna say 2-1. He too will buck the trend because just like maxter versus nosfa, vengeur has yet to beat rapha in the Quake Pro League. Every single time of the 4 matches they've played, rapha came out on top. Last time he beat him in the winner brackets of, I believe it was the previous stage finals, 3-1. So let's see what happens today, but I'm hoping, or I'm guessing rather, that vengeur will be able to take this one.
It's completely fair. I'm going to stay out of it because I don't want to put my taint all over this one. So I'm actually just going to leave and let you guys hang out and do this one from the blood pool. So enjoy. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Lee is going to be the crystal ball, or he's going to be the caster curse. Like either, no matter how it breaks down. So hey, I didn't plan it that way, Flea. I swear to God, I thought 40 was going to drop something, but I got to give you props for taking a stance. It's a tough one to call.
I feel like you both just left me hanging. Like, okay, let's do predictions. And then I'm the only one who actually has a prediction. But okay, let's see how this pans out. Yeah, vengeur, come on, man. Make me proud, as we are going to be loading into the first map of this series shortly. And it is going to be Blood Covenant. 2 lights going at it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting, right, when you get these 2 lights, especially these 2, I think vengeur has more opportunity to maybe set up some traps using the grapple, get some like really wild momentum. But what I love when we see this type of speed on this particular map is when we get these flyby rails, right? So how are comfortable the players feeling with their rails? Are they going to be hitting those shots? That will be an incredibly important aspect of this. So, you know, I don't think that rapha is a player that necessarily gets tilted if someone, say, blocks their champions through picks. I mean, it has happened over the years. We've seen it happen to many other players. So I don't really factor that part in, Flea. I think it's really going to come down to, right, the strategic minds of both of these players and whether or not they're hitting their shots.
Yeah, absolutely. A player as experienced and as practiced as rapha, he can play any champ on any map. Maybe not to the same level of effect, but no matter what champion the opponent picks on any given map, he will be able to have a solid counter pick ready to go. So indeed, I agree with you there. This is not going to slow him down much. But on that note, we are loading into the map, so we are mere seconds away from kicking off the second featured matchup of the day. We've got Liquid rapha taking on Maestro vengeur, definitely the highlight of this 12th week of Season 3 of the Quake Pro League. This is going to be one hell of a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, again, a regular season rival match. You know, rivals just in the sense that they've both been champions. You know, most recently vengeur, but rapha, everyone is very aware of his legacy across many of the Quake titles over the years. It's the old blood versus the new, and we are going live, Flea. We're going to be looking through the eyes of vengeur to start things off, immediately getting that rail spawn, and look at how quickly rapha is on top of him, already trying to dish out any level of damage that he quite possibly can. And if that's going to be representative of the type of pace that we're going to see here, I'm excited for this one.
20 seconds into the map, neither player has picked up a major item, so huge delay to immediately start things off. And that's got everything to do with that railgun weed, like you pointed out. It's such a critical weapon on this map, especially when there's light champions playing, because that 90 damage is 90 damage no matter what champ you're on, but it hurts a lot more when you've got less stack to work with. So railgun is such a key weapon, and vengeur is doing everything in his power to try and deny rapha access to that key weapon.
Yeah, and hitting some real beautiful shots in the process. And of course, that grapple makes it that much easier for him to kind of control that weapon. You could see big rocket coming out as we see rapha head on through the rocket room. There is an exchange there. Vengeur actually takes the worst part of that battle, but the heavy armor is there and waiting, and we're right back at it. I mean, vengeur, going up, big grapple up to the top. A couple rockets do hit, but the LG wins out, and rapha is on the board first.
Rockets just weren't connecting for enough damage. 17 on 2 of those rockets. Gotta hit more than that if you want to take down rapha in that situation. Oh no, that's a bad one. Down to 10 points of health. And Rapha's got himself a nice little circuit between the major items right now. He's gonna move into heavy first, and that has exactly 15 seconds before Mega spawns. So vengeur now caught in a bad position. The rockets need to be sublime. They do a whole lot of damage, but it isn't enough. Rapha powering on through with that stack of his.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about that last frag. I mean, Rapha knew that vengeur was very, very low, that probably a couple hits with the machine gun was going to clean him up. But it just goes to show his game sense in terms of, like, what he valued at that moment in time, right? Getting control of both of the major items, knowing that, hey, that frag will come to me, especially if I'm denying the health, the armor of the opponent. It was unfortunate that that rocket hit, and there was a big old dose of Tribal for the third frag, and Rapha is just laying on the pressure. Up the jump pad he goes with the rocket to greet him just as the Mega spawns. Flea, unfortunately for vengeur, he had such a strong start with the denial of that rail, but has had a couple of very unfortunate points of positioning here, and Rapha has capitalized with a massive lead early on.
Like that Rapha is basically just accepted the fact that rail could be hard to get, and he's completely played around it. Rapha has done 0 damage with the railgun this entire matchup. He's fired only 3 shots, missed all of them, but he's perfectly fine, clearly, without even such an important weapon. Just all about the positioning, the movement. Just look at him flying around the map with the air control, and then when the rail finally does connect, it will be a kill. vengeur on the back foot, struggling to get solid footing.
I mean, look, we've seen a lot of different forms of Rapha before, but this one that's playing in this game right now, this is a robot. This is cyborg Rapha. Every little decision that's happening in milliseconds, his aim right now, his overall game sense in terms of where his opponent's spawning, it is all very much on point, and a 6 frag lead 3 minutes into the game is very much a showcase of that. So, I mean, I don't think the crazy thing is, I don't think vengeur is playing bad. I just think that Rapha is playing out of his mind this morning. And there's another rail from vengeur from the top. He is going to be able to get on the board, and he needed that one. 6-1 as the champion claps back.
This is the opportunity that vengeur has been waiting for. Finally gets himself a kill on the board. 5 frags down. That's bad to be in against the player the caliber of Rapha, but he's got a lot of time to work with. 6 minutes for 5 frags,
yeah,
should be doable. And he's got himself the nice rotation that Rapha left for him, but still he's got to be careful because he might miss out on heavy here. Hits 1 rail. Needs more damage than that though. He will be able to fall back onto the Mega, but he can't just be retreating on the items. He needs to actually make something happen here.
Yeah, and you know, oh gosh, another great rail from Rapha. And early on, I mean, I would say all the great rails were coming out of vengeur. We had those up on the rail bridge, and they were spectacular shots. But Rapha's the one who's been connected. There's another one. It is answered back by vengeur, and this time Rapha looking to be in the danger zone. He's going to get himself back up to 100, but has absolutely no armor stack at all. Will very wisely retreat back and try to get himself some armor before he engages yet again. Still a 5 frag lead. We're halfway through this one, and things slow down just a little bit, but I think they'll get right back to where they were.
Both players hyper aware of each other's position, and vengeur, the millisecond he turns away, Rapha makes his way through the teleporter and lands a nice, free, unreturned burst of 90 damage with that railgun. And now Rapha actually has got a pretty decent stack, and that's just how quickly things can change when there's 2 lights going up against each other. You can have full control of the items, heavy and mega to your name, and if your opponent just lands 1 good rail with that starting stack and gets himself a small armor, they can actually take the fight to you.
Yeah, some really phenomenal damage coming out from Rapha here, as he is like completely unanswered in all of that. He hit, oh my god, around the corner, beautiful rail. Early on, Rapha hit like 90 machine gun damage, hit with a rocket, and then followed up with the rail as well. So again, it just seems that Rapha's the one that is hitting all of his shots. Vengeur seems to be a bit lost. You know, he needs a map to figure out what the right strategy is going to be, and it's just not really playing out for him the way that he would like it to. Now, again, there's still some time left, but a next frag from Vengeur would have to come out here in the next minute if there is any sort of chance. And look at Rapha, again, just hitting and dishing damage without taking any at all. And that is going to be huge as it plays out for the remainder of the match.
Rapha also just so clever with the positions that he takes. He knows that he can afford to take damage in those fight suites. He can take a rail or two and fall right back onto Mega and be perfectly fine. And he knows that Vengeur just doesn't really have the luxury in the position that he was at.
Oh.
Vengeur, yeah, caught looking the wrong direction. And now the perfect read by Rapha knows exactly that he's going to drop down. And now with 7 frags of a lead, this may just be insurmountable.
You know, early on, we saw emphasis by Vengeur taking over that, you know, keeping the rail out of Rapha's hands. And at first I was like, that's good. I like what he's going here. But the moment that Rapha had any level of control on this map, it seems like Vengeur has just struggled to get it back. So while we saw what he's capable of there in the early moments, it is not played out for the remainder of the match. And now 1-9, 8 frags. Like, this is becoming an impossible journey here for Vengeur as Rapha gets a ton of momentum heading into the Mega Room and will just go in on it. He can still inject if he needs to, and there it comes out, gets hit with a big rocket from down below, but immediately retreats back out and says, that's fine, I'm gonna be okay in this matchup, and game 1 is most certainly gonna go to Rapha.
Yep, he's just running his victory lap, at least for map 1. He can't relax just yet. Plenty more work cut out for him after this one. But indeed, this one will go in favor of the American representing Team Liquid. Vengeur put up a valiant effort. Good denial of the railgun in those opening minutes or two. But then at one point, Rapha just found the breach, using the heavy machine gun effectively. Didn't even need the rail. And then 1 frag quickly became 2, 3. And before you know it, Rapha has got a very nice rotation around the map, and Vengeur struggles to break into it.
And oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that Vengeur's rail, he's landed some flashy shots, Sweet, but overall, I don't feel like it's up to its usual level. There were plenty of situations where Vengeur was faced with a rail that wasn't even that difficult to hit, but just was unable to connect in the end, and he ended up giving Rapha quite a bit of leeway that way. Like, keep in mind, Rapha had 0% railgun accuracy like 4 minutes in, and now Rapha is what, 51% right now? So
yeah, and I mean, part of that was because Vengeur was doing just a good job with the denials, but it didn't matter. Once the full arsenal was in his hand, like you mentioned, that machine gun is something that we've been seeing Rapha use more and more and more as like the QPL season continue to progress. And there it is, the buzzer's about to sound, and this one is going to end up being 1-10 in what I would say is a very convincing victory for Rapha here to kick things off. That's going to give him a lot of momentum going into map number 2. I agree with you, Flea. Rail was a big part of that victory for Rapha. There also just seemed to be a couple of moments where I think Vengeur was just taken by surprise. Sometimes that was just in the form of a rocket that he didn't expect to be there. And it goes to show that, you know, Rapha a lot of thought into where he thinks his opponent's going to be. In that first couple of frags, we saw that 1 rocket pop Vengeur from down below, and then that resulted in a pretty easy frag. So, you know, there was a couple times that you mentioned, oh, he had his back turned on that one. So, I mean, map awareness for Rapha just seemed to be at SSS plus tier in that particular matchup. Will it change and continue on as we go into Corrupted Keep? I don't know, but it is new map, new day, and, you know, still think that Vengeur has the ability here to, you know, make something happen.
Before we get into map 2, I do just want to point out that Rapha is looking mighty fine in that new black liquid jersey of his. I don't know if you noticed, Weed, but damn, the fashion is on point at Team Liquid, and I love Rapha in all black. Now map 2. That is going to be a different story altogether. I believe, what was it? Insomnia is what we're getting?
No, Corrupted Keep.
All right, Corrupted Keep. Right, Corrupted Keep. Strog versus the Ranger. Yeah, indeed. Insomnia was banned quite early.
Yeah, so, you know, obviously we take the rail out of the equation. So what does that, what does that mean based off of what we've seen so far? Well, I think that probably LG and some traps, right? That's something we've been seeing more and more on Corrupted Keeps. Like try to play a quieter game, try to catch your opponent, get that 60, 70 damage unanswered, and then follow up with that. But heavy machine gun, something that just keep an eye on. I think given the pace of the last game, this one is also going to be pretty chaotic. Will Vengeur's orbs be on point? That could be helpful. How's Rapha going to use Peeker? All questions to be answered here as we load into our second map. But maybe there will be some relief from Vengeur knowing that he doesn't have to have his rail carry him in this match. If we go to game 3, different story. But here on Keep, he at least can focus on the other aspects of his gameplay.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one. To be sure, Rapha has got the greater mobility. He can crouch slide. He's got the peeker to work with. And as we all know, there's no immediate counter because there's no rail on this map. But on the other hand, Vengeur can rocket jump with much greater ease. And we know that he's one of the few players that consistently goes for those horizontal rocket jumps just to get some speed going into a fight. And then also the orb itself, right? Excellent tool both defensively to get away, to reposition, as well as just to a lot of damage at point blank range. So let's see what Vengeur can make of that ability. I think that this should be a pretty close game, but we know how good Rapha can be on Corrupted Keep. So I think that if he gets that momentum going and that diesel engine kicks into high gear, Vengeur might be in trouble.
And we're going to kick off with the eyes of Vengeur. He's going to grab himself the Mega right away. LG coming out immediately. Peeker is fired, but will almost instantly go down. And now caught with the LG out. This is looking good for Vengeur, but no, Rapha turns it around. The orb without a connection, and the LG stream stays out by Rapha. It looked like Vengeur was setting up for that first frag, but it was Rapha who put it on the board.
The orb just didn't do any damage. I think if it was a little closer to Rapha, Vengeur would have walked away with a frag there, but he didn't get a single point of damage orbing at his opponent, and that ultimately helped Rapha get the frag right there. Good use of the Peeker as well, knowing that off the spawn, Vengeur has pretty much nothing to defend himself with, doesn't have the super shotgun to wait until the very last moment and shoot it down. So Rapha making the most out of every advantage that he can. Now Heavy is about to spawn. Vengeur, very unexpected push right there. Going for an orb and a shoddy. Does get the Heavy, but doesn't have much health.
Very, very low, and Rapha knows it, trying to deny him these health bubbles in the red room. He is going to be able to go in there and scoop those up. And, Flea, I think just as a general observation, I feel like Rapha's play, I don't know that I would classify it necessarily as aggressive. It is on some level, but I think Rapha has a couple different forms of aggressive. There's like this robotic aggression that it just seems like I am incapable of making a mistake. Look at me go. Like every shot is hitting. Like I know exactly where my opponent is at all time. And then of course the ooh, are you sure you should have done that aggression that we see everyone's for Rapha, where he just kind of gets mad. But this is on a whole nother level right now. Everything that we're seeing from map awareness, it just doesn't look like Rapha's playing someone who is a former champion. He has absolute control. He's hitting with everything right now, just leaving Vengeur to ask himself, what do I need to do?
Also, Rapha's micromanagement and those small decisions are second to none. I don't know if you noticed, Reed, but when he picked up the Mega earlier, he was walking into the room with around 90 points of health, and Vengeur was shooting him from the back. Rapha sidestepped Mega for a fraction of a second, knowing that if he picks it up at 90, he's not going to get the full heal out of it. So he waited until he dropped down a little bit lower, just so he could get the full 100 points of healing out of the Mega. And it's those tiny little micro adjustments that he can make on the fly that make him the champion that he is. And indeed, vengeur is now struggling, finding a way into this matchup. So far, the orb hasn't helped him all that often. I think at times it has even hurt him. So I don't know how he's going to continue this.
You know, there's been a couple of times where he's had a good little bout of LG, and that seems to be one of the ways that he needs to try to put something together. But Rapha is kind of in the same boat. I mean, his LG is actually about 10 percentage points higher than vengeur's right now, and you know, his damage is about 400 more. So I feel like that is one of the keys to getting in there, but it just hasn't really worked out for him. Now the game slows down a little bit as Rapha puts himself in the back corner, setting up a little bit of a trap. Look at that heavy damage, 165 points of damage, and that's just the kind of thing, again, you dish out that unanswered damage, and it's going to give you a huge advantage on a map like Heat.
With no railgun on this map, vengeur can't really retaliate without a heavy machine gun of his own. At that distance, he's desperate. Rapha actually pushing in quite closely right there.
Yeah, kind of like pushing the limits a little bit here. I think he realizes he's got some room to take a few risks. LG's come out on both sides. That tri-bolt has been pretty effective for Rapha, just from a zoning perspective as well. Has done a little bit of damage. It hasn't necessarily been a superstar, but he's using everything in his arsenal. That tri-bolt completely whiffs. He had his LG out just briefly. Nice rocket coming out. And Rapha seems like he's kind of slowed it down. It seems to be favoring the, you know, the tops / middle of the map. Obviously using that heavy machine gun and trying to use LG when he can. So he's got great control right now. 5 heavies, 5. Actually, it's 5 across the board for everyone. So no one is really winning the control game on major items.
Yeah. We've also just fallen into a situation where there's no delay between the major items. So Mega and Heavy are up at pretty much the exact same time, so that makes it very difficult for one player to immediately get control, and you basically need to get, you know, an overwhelming victory in a fight or even a frag just to break through this.
Yeah,
like as it stands now, both players will just keep falling back on an item, damage each other without one really getting the upper hand, and that's just favoring Rapha right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was about to say, because Rapha can kind of extend out a little bit, poke, make it harder. You know, that free power up that vengeur knows he's going to get, it's still going to come at a cost. And you know, in that case, that's exactly what we saw there at the heavy. Rapha then just scoot back, grab the Mega. And, you know, he's had, I think, the better stack for a majority of the game. But it's a good observation. And now we have vengeur at the top of the statue. LG coming out, both players doing some damage. Rapha with the armor stack, gonna move up. He does get hit right in the face, and vengeur with an orb that does connect, and that finally puts him on the board.
Can he convert this into something more? That's the question now. That's a good amount of damage. Rapha no longer really in a position to push for the heavy, has to fall back on Mega. Now vengeur can push in. There we go. This could favor the Maestro man. Nice little rocket jump there as well. Might be able to secure himself another frag here, but he's got to be careful. Look at the peeker. Oh, that's still gonna connect!
Oh! Ow! Oh my gosh, vengeur with a little display of emotion there. I was even shocked. I thought that peeker was done for, and then suddenly it turned around in surprise, and there it was. Peeker getting on the board. Always interesting time when that happens. Vengeur, though, throwing out that aggression. I would say there was some anger behind that one, even a little bit, but it did manage to get him on the board. And when that happens, you know, I can let that slide a little bit. 3 frags separate these two, and there's about a frag a minute requirement here from vengeur just to tie this one up. So Rapha still sitting with a little bit better stack. Let's see what he can do.
Vengeur doesn't really manage to connect with any meaningful rocket damage right there. Oh, the beaker is out again. Rapha can take his time for this one, knows that vengeur can't get close. Won't be able to get more damage out of it though. And now both players are hurting. Neither has any armor to their name. Rapha will be the first to find himself a small armor. If he gets this one too, then that's really bad for vengeur. Yeah, indeed. Vengeur does get the heavy, but just look at the stack. It doesn't put him anywhere in overstack territory, whereas Rapha does secure the mega, so that helps the man from Liquid. And time is running out for vengeur, Wheat.
It really is. 2 minutes. It's going to be tough, especially chase down a Strong on this map. It's a bit rough. And also just pointing out, you know, Rapha's been on top of the vials most of the time. That's why we've seen so much peeker on this map as well. There, Rapha's going to scoop in, grab that heavy. Knows his opponent just nabbed Mega. But 90 seconds, and Rapha can do exactly what he's doing here. Chill out in the middle, force his opponent to come to him, take the better angles, and play defensively in that regard. And that should be able to secure him victory and series victory. We're still going to go on to a third map, but quite a mighty one here for Rapha. That first game, 1-10, just not what we expected to see. The second one, still a dominant Rapha. Now there's a minute left to go. Vengeur, if he doesn't find something in the next 10 seconds, this series is going to Rapha.
You also have to, of course, keep in mind the difference in mobility and just movement speed, right? If it's gonna come down to the chase, there's nothing Vengeur can do to catch up with Strong. The crouch sliding is just too fast. Yes, Vengeur has the orb, but the orb has travel time as well, and you can only use it once every 45 seconds. So even if Vengeur catches Rapha off guard once with the orb, he's still going to be running circles around the Italian for the remaining half minute. So this will indeed go in Rapha's favor. It's gonna put him 2-0 up as we are approaching the final map in the series.
Yeah, we're going to go on to the third. There it is. That's going to seal the deal. 10 seconds left to go, but Rapha will squeeze this one out. Lower scoring game than I thought we might get, but 2-6 is still going to go in Rapha's favor. So he is going to take this series, Flea. We're going on to game 3, so don't go anywhere. But, you know, I think that Rapha played just absolutely immaculate the last 2 games, and let's see if Vengeur might be able to bring it back. But what do you think the big difference there was between those 2 players in game 2?
I think that the ability usage really determined the outcome of the match to a large extent, right? The orb used by Vengeur just very often didn't really get him much, right? He would get a few frags with it, so it definitely did help in some situations, but often he would orb close into Rapha and still drop the frag, or he would orb up to try and get close with the shotgun, but Rapha was anticipating it and was ready for him with a rocket. So the orb, yes, it worked out in some situations, but other than that, it also served to his detriment. Whereas, of course, the Strog and the Peeker, I don't really think there were any situations where Rapha used the Peeker in some kind of a detrimental way to himself. He always got damage out of it, always managed to apply pressure, even got a few frags with it too, and Vengeur just didn't really have an answer to that most of the time. So I think that the ability usage was a very critical factor in Rapha's victory here.
Yeah. Again, right, that's why vials can be so imperative on that map too, in those situations. So anyway, map 1, it goes to Rapha, 1-10. Map 2, also Rapha, 2-6. And now we're moving to map number 3, Ruins. And of course, Scale versus Rapha, or versus Sorlag on this one. So yeah, let's see what Vengeur's going to be able to do. We know the type of aggressive Scale he likes to play. And I think, you know, Rapha's pretty comfortable with the movement that Sorlag has. And of course, using the spit to zone, especially on those major items. So Rail comes back into play on this one as well, Flea. Just based off of what I've seen, I would never have expected to say this at the beginning of the series, but I think it is highly possible that there's a 3-0 coming out here by Rapha.
Could very well be the case, yeah. Rail is going to be important. Vengeur just wasn't able to do as much damage or use it as consistently as he should have on map 1, so hopefully having a bigger target to shoot at and a larger map to make use of it will help him in the end. I really hope it does for his sake, and that he can use that scale bearer to good effect, because we know that scale can be effective on ruins. There's a lot of long corridors when you can build up a lot of speed, right? Even down towards the bottom area, especially around heavy, so many walls to bump your opponent into and just rush on through to get away with the frag. So it's definitely a solid pick on this map, but so is Sorlek. A lot of stack, a lot of mobility, damage dealing ability as well. So let's see how this one pans out. I think we're going back to the lobby just for a second to change the server that we're playing on, but then we are going to get into the final map of this series. Yes, Rapha will be our victor, but let's see if it's going to be a 2-1 or a 3-0.
Yeah, that will put Rapha overall at an 8-2 series score. Vengeur 6-4, but again, you know, I think Vengeur, I still want to see him fully form this season. It's unfortunate given the fact that he has been kind of picking his game up a little bit better. But Rapha clearly affected by some losses that I think that he was not super keen on taking. And they can go two ways, Flea. It can send you in the right direction and be the motivation to say it's never happening again. It can also just put you into full tilt mode and tear you apart, but that clearly is not what has happened here in Rapha's situation. Still excited to see the ruins in general. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of long hallways, Flea, but you know, there's also like a lot of places to just not be able to course correct, and you know, I don't know. It's let's see what happens.
I love that you're here to just every single time something positive comes up about scale, you're right there to be like, okay, but just keep in mind this and this. No, it's good. It keeps it balanced.
I've seen some great scale games, like some stuff that's really dropped my jaw, made me go like, wow, okay. I do like the ultra aggressive scale play. Like I kind of dig it. I just go back to, I think sometimes like you just feel a lot more powerful with scale than you are. And I feel like of all the champions, if there was some sort of statistical spreadsheet that was like the most mistakes that have ever been made by a champion, I feel like scale wins that one, right? It's just like it's like, now's the time to do it. Nope, didn't work out, but I don't know.
I get what you mean, but let's see how this will turn out. Are we going to see some more critical mistakes added to that tally of yours, or will Vengeur secure his last and only map in this series? Kicking it off on the Maestro player's point of view, neither player going for full aggression, and I like what Vengeur's doing, kind of trying to hold down the LG and the rail, because he knows that all that has to work with is the rockets, gets caught off guard. That's a lot of damage, a lot of unreturned damage too, but out comes the scale, doesn't quite get as much as he would have liked, and it will be Rapha.
I'm just saying, Flea, and like it looked like the right time to use it, but it didn't quite. Actually, I feel like that could have gone either way. I would have probably busted it out right there too, and oh my gosh, Vengeur! Forget about the bull rush, just pin my opponent to the wall with the LG, and he quickly negates that initial frag by Rapha, putting him now up 1-2-1. And another one off the spawn conversion. Shotgun comes out, both players dishing out some good damage, but Vengeur, another one, looking for a conversion here, not gonna happen. Rapha shuts it down, and it's like we're starting all over again. 1 minute in, 2-2.
Well, you said you can appreciate a hyper-aggressive scale read. Vengeur is trying to deliver just that for us today. Both items, 0 delay between them. Synced perfectly to the millisecond, it seems.
They are.
Now
You
Rapha
really don't
doesn't
do that
have
very
rockets.
often.
No, you don't. Rapha wants the rockets, Vengeur wants the LG and the rail. He's down to his final rocket. Good choice. I was a little worried that he would try to chase with one rocket in the tank and then just fall short from getting the frag, but I like that he turned away, but it looks like it won't work out in the end anyways. Still, decent amount of damage.
Yeah, Rapha's going to have to recover from that one. Means no conversion possibility outside of that. So just one frag lead here in this game. We're 2 minutes in, still very, very early. And, you know, I think Rapha is definitely playing this one right. The frag that we saw over the side. Oh, hold on. As we do have the bull rush coming out, that one works out quite well. Perfect connection into the wall. LG to finish it off. Vengeur is going to tie this one back up. Rapha, I think, has been looking for more opportunities to you know, hit rails, make something happen here. Oh, no.
Damn.
I just turned his head for a second, Flea, and that was all Vengeur needed to do a ton of damage. I mean, Rapha did pick up that heavy. That would have been kind of bad. That would have gotten the hands of Vengeur.
Oh, no. Rapha with the juke, just using the little ledge to perfection. And I think, that's kind of one of the things that you were alluding to, right? A lot of places where you can't adjust the course that easily. And now Rapha beautifully pulls a rodeo, sidesteps the bull rush, and allows himself to tie the game back up.
Yep, 3 minutes in, 4-4. A lot of action back and forth. Vengeur certainly giving us the aggression. Rapha trying to play this one as intelligently as he possibly can. And Vengeur, all right, Vengeur's putting something together here. This has been good so far. He's finally taking the lead here, Flea, 5-4, as he is able to connect once again. You know, Rapha's got to be thinking to himself, okay, I need to obviously put some distance between myself and Scale. But hasn't necessarily been given the opportunity, right? The one chase through the teleporter happened early on, and that was beneficial. But even in these types of situations, look at that LG 1 HP escape from Rapha. And that was pretty low there for Vengeur too, but both players disengage as Vengeur holds on to the lead.
Happy to see that Vengeur has kind of recovered his rail accuracy. He was at 65% just a moment ago. Oh, misses that one. Bit of an inopportune time for Rapha to come through the teleporter right there. Vengeur just caught in a really bad spot. Rocket to the face when he was not prepared for it whatsoever. Now Heavy will be the first item to spawn. Oh, so sneaky by Vengeur. I like what he was going for right there. Just waiting until Rapha kind of leaned over the edge before picking up the rail and then instantly trying to get the shot off. Unfortunately, he didn't connect. And in doing so, Rapha now secured both of the major items. And this is always one of the most critical stages whenever someone plays Rapha. You want to put an end to this quickly. Because if he can continue this cycle, it's over.
Yeah, a great rail exchange by both players right there, but Rapha did find himself back in the lead. We're halfway through this matchup, and Rapha seems like he's been able to zone a little bit better here in the last minute or so, and as you mentioned, just kind of running the board quite a bit. Around the corner, he sees it, lands the rocket, bull rush comes out. Good reaction from Rapha, and he cleans up with another pair of rockets. 2 frag lead now. And I think that was, you know, good decision. I loved the trap from Vengeur, just didn't quite work out the way he planned.
I think in retrospect, of course, Vengeur would have been better off not going for the bull rush. I think if he would have stuck with just the super shoddy, I probably would have gotten the frag right there. Of course, it's very easy for us to say in retrospect, but I think that might just be one of those situations, where you were talking about, mistakes as a result of the ability gone wrong. And now Rapha has gotten himself a pretty decent lead, 3 frags up over Vengeur. Oh, nice rocket too. That's going to be the signal for him to push in, but Vengeur retaliates with some good rails of his own. Is he going to be able to?
I thought that was excellent. Yeah, that was excellent there by Vengeur. Good decision. 2 frags now, absolutely still doable. An exchange of rail fire back and forth as we're now looking through the eyes of Rapha. And you know, certainly he figured out pretty early on, like, okay, just going toe-to-toe with Vengeur is not going to be a winning strategy. There we have the bull rush come out. 1 hit. LG damage does go down on Vengeur, but he's able to clean up no problem. Now a 1 frag game. And this one is probably likely to stay close for the rest of the match here as we hit our 3-minute warning.
Rapha immediately getting himself all the weapons he needs. Vengeur won't be able to deny a thing. Now, taking a look at some of the stats, it's actually relatively balanced in terms of damage output. Vengeur slightly leading the pack right there, but Rapha has got most of the items picked up. And look at that beautiful bounce into the midi. Taking down Vengeur, extending his lead. Once again, 2 frags up. But this is a precarious lead, Towie, that can easily be changed. 1 bull rush, Vengeur can easily tie it back up. Not from that position, all he needs is the LG.
Yeah, it's a great rail to open that up. 1 frag now, plenty of time here. I do think that, you know, Vengeur's got to be wary of that acid. I think that there's a lot of good shots coming down. There's a big hit into the bull rush, into a double rail to tie the game with 1 hit point remaining. 9-9. Cannot breathe yet. He does grab that heavy, but oh my gosh, could be spit on and go down. He's back up at least to a fightable stack. Another great rail through the teleporter. Got to be careful here. Is Rapha going to chase? Another set of rails exchanged and both players low, but Vengeur in the danger zone. In a tie game. Oh, man.
Yeah. And that was just classic Rapha right there. When you asked, is he going to chase? Very often he does not. A lot of players would have dropped to try and get the frag. Rapha, knowing exactly that the light armor is up behind him, that he can put himself in a good position for heavy, just leads Vengeur to his own device, turns around and goes for, yeah, just stack, denying it to Vengeur, giving it to himself. And he knows that there will be another opportunity shortly to get the frag in a much safer and more guaranteed manner.
I love the shots both these players are going for here. Top to bottom, bull rush is up. Heavy land and 1 minute left to try to bring this to a tie game. That is still a fair amount of time, but you can imagine there is some moves here by Rapha, and unfortunately, the bull rush does let him live to see another day, but Rapha around the corner with a shotgun blast to make it a 2-frag game, and that could be the end here for Vengeur. He's really got to bring it going. There's an in-your-face rail, but unfortunately also takes a bath in the acid flea, and that might do it for a 3-0 series score for Rapha.
Indeed, Rapha delivers North America at least 1 win today. Truly the people's champion. Vengeur had a good run, especially on the last map, right? Map 1, I feel like he was too consistent or too inconsistent with that railgun. Rather, map 2, he was just outplayed when it came down to the ability and the champions. And then map 3, he kept it really close. I feel like that definitely could have gone either way. But in the end, Rapha got the 1-up over him with a few very, very messy fights in the end that were just back and forth, both players escaping with 1 point of health at different occasions, right? Rapha getting a fight that he, by all accounts, should have won, and then Vengeur just bull rushes in and lands 2 rails at point-blank range just to turn it around. So very much a back and forth game in those final few minutes, but Rapha ultimately getting a good 3-0 win on the board, and that is going to help him out a lot, I think, in the leaderboards. Vengeur is truly a top competitor, and getting these valuable points are going to be important for Rapha.
Well, let's bring back Detective 40 Lions and get a breakdown of the murder that we just saw. 40, Rapha with the 3-0 series win. Vengeur had his moments of brilliance, as Flea just pointed out, but your thoughts on the match overall?
I thought for the 30 minutes, I only saw Rapha be uncomfortable for maybe 3 or 4. You know what I meant? Like, most of it, he was in control. Whether it was he was playing defensive or he was giving up items, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, like, the pace of the game was exactly how Rapha wanted to play it, in my opinion. And it just showed. Map number 1 and 2, you know, easier than map number 3, as Flea alluded to. 3 was absolutely Vengeur's closest shot of it. But overall, it was just Rapha being Rapha, playing a perfect game time and time again. And I think Vengeur, you know, he's going to watch this back because that's not the performance that he wanted. And hopefully he'll get his shot again, because this one for Vengeur, I could tell, was a big one. He's the current reigning champion. He's never beaten Rapha in the Quake Pro League, as Flea said before. So I think this one hurts more than most. But shouts to Rapha, man. Or Flea. I mean, we could look at it on the other side of the coin. Flea just jinxed him. Either one, however you want to take it.
Someone had to give it up for EU in this matchup, okay? I'm not gonna apologize for that. I felt it for my man Vengeur. You know, I love Rapha just the same as everyone else, but come on, there's 2 American casters here and then me, so someone has got to show some love to Vengeur.
That's fair.
Zero bias here.
Zero bias.
Never.
Especially when it comes
Take
to
a look
scale
at the
bear.
match
Come on.
breakdown. Oh, yeah, especially scale. But yeah, those are the results. And yeah, I mean, what else can you say about it? Vengeur's going to want this one back, but he's going to have to watch the VOD. He's going to hold that L for at least a little bit longer as we do get closer and closer to finals where he might have a shot at Rapha again. But shouts to Rapha, 3-0 today. Yeah, a fantastic day of games, honestly. Pretty good. We're spoiled here.
Yeah, I definitely got to give, you know, if you're just coming in and you're like, damn it, I missed the whole day, I would definitely say watch the nosfa maxter series, right? Such close games that happened there. If you want like a lesson on just control overall, I think that the last 3 games we just watched a great example. And also, if you just want to see what immaculate rockets look like, just every single game this entire day, as you guys pointed out earlier and we saw coming out from nosfa. So it was a good Saturday.
It absolutely was. A lot of 3-0s. The only one that wasn't. Oh, look here. Perfectly timed. So we started off Sparty versus RAISY. RAISY getting a 3-0. CNZ taking down his teammate. 3-0. Kills him. Taking down psygib once again. 3-0. And then the only one that was 1-2 was nosfa versus maxter. And Wheat, as you rightfully said, that would be the series to rewatch today, first and foremost. But then, of course, can't forget about vengeur and rapha too. Especially that final map was so close.
Yeah, fantastic day of Quake as we take a look at the breakdown. But unfortunately, all good things sometimes come to an end, gentlemen. That's going to be the end of the day for us. Wheat, I'm going to let you take it since, you know, welcome back. You took a little break. We missed you a lot. So any closing thoughts on today?
You know, just great to be back. Thanks again for everyone that comes out and watches these games. Obviously, big shout out to the players who are putting in time and effort all week. If you get a chance, you know, many of them stream throughout the week. Definitely stop by, show your support for these players, whether it's after a victory or after a loss. I'm sure that they appreciate it. Obviously, big shout out to Bethesda and PGL, all of the casters, and of course, you who tune in every single week. We appreciate you, and we cannot wait until the next one. So thanks for joining us for week 12 of season 3 of QPL. We'll see you next time. We're out of here. Peace.